and we are working on that, I think, with psychology quite well. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of the different countries with their measures. And this table just shows that the diversity of the psychology professions is very helpful. We have some social aspects and educational aspects. We have measures which help for and ensure mental health and aspects of clinical psychology and psychotherapy. But we also have measures which help for our work at the workplace. We all, when we had to work in the lockdown time and home office, the question might be about leadership in times of remote work. And there has been lots of, lots of recommendations. There have been lots of recommendations about how to work, how to move on with all the practice, not only in clinical aspects, but also in work and community aspects. And even if it comes to society, as Yuri said, and Pam said, psychologists are asked to give support and advice and some help for decision-making also on the states and governments level. Next slide, please. When it comes to FPA, the question might be on the European level, with which measures did we take? And one measure is that we said we want to have a platform where we can share all the information, all the tools, all the ideas which are available in our member associations, to have them for the other member associations as well. It's about sharing knowledge, it's about sharing ideas, it's about sharing products as well. And for this we have the Psychologist Support Hub. And if you don't know it yet, you can have a look on that later on, of course, not during the conference, and get some information and impression about what's going on in Europe in the different countries from psychological side. Another point has been, besides sharing information, it's about deeper knowledge, just giving better competence to handle different aspects of the COVID-19 crisis. And that was about the webinars. We had some FPA webinars from colleagues, and they gave some ideas and advice about how to handle different problems and aspects. Next slide, please. Another question might be, what are future or further tasks coming up? And one point is, of course, when the lockdown closes down and we see now the crisis takes much longer than expected, then we see that people are less interested in taking measures, and they are showing more risky behavior. So psychology also can give some advice about how to move on, how to make sure that people stick to the recommendations given by the states and the governments. And another aspect is, and that is also a second point for the future, is during the lockdown, with many services, we had to shift to online counseling, online support. And now we have to make sure that online work, remote work, giving remote advice or therapy is of a high quality, and also in the future is financed by the insurances, financed by the states, and so on. So this is also another aspect. We have to look on the tasks, the measures we take, and to make sure that in the future they are also available for the open public. Next slide, please. Another aspect for the future is that we want to promote the cooperation with other professions. It's most important that we keep in touch, that we communicate, but also that we help with our knowledge, help with our resources to make sure that every profession which is important to support a positive development, even under the impression of that crisis, has all the resources which are necessary for that. So we want to enhance the cooperation between the professions, And we want to, in a way, have a look in the future on how would we handle. We don't hope for that. We don't want to have that. But if there might be another crisis, how can we work with that more closely, better related with each other, better communication between the professions as well. And for that, next slide, please. And for that, we want to look on different aspects, not only on health and COVID-19, but also for the future. How can we enhance our cooperation? We are looking on the United Nations Sustainable Goals and how to develop a cooperation between different professions, not only the health professions, but the health professions are the first one, and we are in a very strong contact with them, to work on different aspects and to enhance and deepen our cooperation. That is about better knowing what's going on in the area of health. It's also about advocacy. It's also about ways to strengthen our cooperation, also our discussion and connection to politicians, especially on the European level with the European Union. Hopefully, next slide, please. Hopefully you got a little bit curious about what's going on in Europe. So if you would like to be better informed or keep in touch with us, then have a look on our news magazine. It's online. I would really like to see you all at the World Congress of Psychology in Prague, where EFPA will also be present. And I would like to invite you to our European Congress the year after in 2022 in Ljubljana, and later on it will be in Brighton. So conferences, news magazine are a good chance to keep in touch and to keep informed about what's going on in psychology in Europe. Next slide, please. We are in a time which is really challenging, and for many people it's sad, dangerous, and a real risk. Psychology is called in this time in a special way, because psychology is not only a health profession. It widens the picture and makes new solutions possible. It's also important for other professions, and we would like to promote the dialogue between the countries and the dialogue between the professions. And we would like to have a positive development also after the pandemic in means of rehabilitation and sustainability. And hopefully we are able to redefine in a way the relation with other professions. And in this way, we also reflect always what we are doing, why we are doing this, and hopefully we give support to a positive development in the countries. Next slide, please. I would like to thank you all for listening, and thanks to the Russian Psychological Society and the colleagues from Moscow State University organizing the Congress. And well, I'm sure that we all share knowledge, psychological knowledge. I'm sure that we share ideas, and I'm very glad that we not only share knowledge, ideas, but also hopes in this conference. And for that, I wish you a wonderful and inspiring conference and wonderful and interesting 2 days. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Christoph, for sharing the European perspective of these challenging situation, how psychology is able to contribute. And it is 9:31 in Moscow, so which means that we are to move to our first session, maintenance and maintenance and improvement for psychological well-being, part 1. So for this session, we have several presenters as Brooksine Han from China, Rosani Khairuddin from Malaysia, Andik Matulesi from Indonesia, Verda Ostin from Spain, Nihan Teser-Turuk from Turkey, and Marina Yegorova, Oksana Parshikova, and Yulia Chertkova from Moscow State University. I will be in charge of technical issues for this session, and Nicola Gale will be moderator in terms of helping address your questions. And our first presenter is Brooksine Han, and I would like to ask Professor Han to unmute the mic and share the slides in case you have any.
Yes, please. Let me go with this. Good afternoon, good morning in Moscow, good afternoon in Beijing, 2:30. Dear colleagues, it's a privilege to be invited, which I appreciate very much for our Russian colleagues for providing the forum for us to communicate after the COVID-19 pandemic or even during. In this 15 minutes, I will share with you what we have done in China. So China is in quite a beautiful autumn. So hopefully we will get it together here in Beijing, enjoy the nice weather, beautiful scenic spots. This is a view from my apartment. We, as you know, that China has returned to enter into the phase 3 of pandemic, which means that return to normal life for most people, especially for students. They return to campus, either school campus or university campus. The second and third phase is recovery for factory production. This is about late April up to now. So my talk will focus on phase 1 in life rescue period. Chinese Psychological Society has run a 3-level responding. First response is that we develop programs training registered psychologists, especially those clinical psychologists, to improve their competence, enhancing their competence in coping with the pandemic. Before that, we have the experience of SARS in 2003 and earthquake in 2008. So for this virus, COVID-19 virus pandemic, this is new to us, or not new, but still the competence for clinical psychologists, especially those working in cooperation with psychiatrists, with social workers, with medical doctors and nurses in our hospital. So in late January, early February, we have training systematic training seminars to counselors, to clinical psychologists, even to psychiatrists and social workers. The second is that we have built up a response system in cooperate with governmental officials, especially Ministry of Crisis Intervention. Then each level of governmental officials from the central government, Ministry of Crisis Intervention, Ministry of Health, and also to the provincial level government, even the local level, city and community. This is very well organized, and the dynamic has been developed very well, quite cooperative. The third level is that we have targeting groups, those really in needs, including medical staff, and other frontline workers, policemen, transportation controller, and those works in jails. So elderly, of course, patients and their relatives. So we try very hard to find those really in needs, because workforce is still limited in the life rescue phase, and we need to assign the psychologists to those to the situation where it really in need. So late April, the pandemic, because of the traditional Chinese medicine, we control the infection, we control the development of disease, we even control the patients, especially those severely infected, from death. So the factories has been, the produce line has been recovered to produce especially masks and those machines needed for ICU, etc. And we focusing those main groups, key groups who's needing help, medical staffs, especially preventing them from PTSD, elderlies, and the other staff, social workers. Now we enter into phase 3. Our focus is on the school students, teachers, university students and teachers, patients and their relatives, especially those deceased patients, because they need a special help for grief, going through the grief process. Psychological support in phase 1, we divided level, but in 4 categories. For common civilians, because of quarantine, we focus on knowledge dissemination and psychological support. We have tried every efforts to writing short essays through the multimedia, through the books, brochures, online lectures, and so on, to provide knowledge dissemination procedure. And also we provide psychological support for the frontline workers and medical staffs especially. Psychologists has been sent to Wuhan, the key city, to provide direct psychological support. We built up 2 stations, working station in based on the branches of Chinese Academy of Sciences in Wuhan, where we work together with psychiatrists, medical staffs, and the social workers, either in ARC hospital or at the community. For example, my lab, we have sent the 2 students working there to provide the support to elderlies. We have announced or initiated a Peace Mind program nationwide. We recruited more than 4,000 volunteers working at their either own community or institutions or NGO, provide support to their neighborhood. We published many books targeting different groups, either family, parents, students, or those social workers at the front line, medical staff, and so on. The Peace Mind program, which has been the biggest one ever had for Chinese Psychological Society, incorporated with the Institute of Psychology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, which launched as early as January 28. So we provide Peace in Mind lecture, provide online psychological assistance, online self-help app, and thousands of institutions for Peace Mind. This is about 55 institutions involved, where those over 4,000 volunteers come from. So, as I mentioned, that frontline medical staff and patients are the top target or clients we have ever been provided services. So here's some numbers giving brief idea. Lectures, more than 100 serial lectures on different topics has been provided from media nationwide, either from central television system or from the gate media, mass media. I have been providing at least 10 such lectures. The most, I never have been such a big audience, which more than 50 million audience for my lecture. This is you can never imagine before the pandemic. So we're lucky because the infrastructure has been developed quite well in the past decades. So from the technological perspective, we're prepared for that. So the service has been focusing on Wuhan from the beginning. We have so many hotlines provided around China, but Ministry of Education has cooperated with Chinese Psychological Society, provide the hotline in Central China Normal University, where there is a key lab for education in that university. Not only that, 5 communities has been focused in Wuhan as basis for psychological support. So altogether, 455 institutions has been involved. Over 4,000 volunteers have been involved around China, provides Chinese psychological support. So as you know that medical staff has been recruited from all around China. They were sent to Wuhan in our hospital from the WHO program. Over 1,000 medical staff has joined our program, Peace Mind program, and nationwide over in Wuhan there is altogether 5,000, more than 5,000 essays has been produced and distributed through the media, mass media, and more than 2,400 institutions has been involved in the accepted psychological service, including 4,228 counseling cases. So the hotline has provided service from the either telecounseling or teletherapy, including 77,000 online cases service. We developed a app which can be downloaded, a 1-week program. So as you can see that 239,000 individual has downloaded. They provide self-education 1-week program, which is a mental health enhanced management and enhanced program. And they finished 187,000 online evaluation. 1 million views for all the program we have developed online, including 2 million listeners to the all kinds of lectures. There's 129 lectures and other short program. So this is give you a general idea about what they have done and the service provided for either individual institutions, either hotline counseling or teletherapy cases provided. So in general, psychologists can be of help in the mind and the behavioral health education. The COVID-19 pandemic has provided a very special opportunity for psychologists to educate or training people to improve their mental and behavioral health. So psychological integration for crisis intervention in the case of pandemic is focused on teamwork from either other professional or governmental agencies. As I said, that we have been working together with the Ministry of Crisis Intervention. We recommended 10 national level psychologists integrate with either psychiatrists, medical staff, and social workers as a national team. Then we nominate 165 psychologists as a provincial level. We have more than 30 provinces. Each province has more than 3 psychologists work together. We are nominate more than 300 psychologists at local level or second level cities. And of course, legislations needed to develop in China because clinical psychologists is not clearly defined. So the boundary for clinical psychologists is not clearly or legally protected. We still trying very hard to find the key groups in each, especially the systematically mechanism work together with other governmental officials or the other professionals for a better mechanism and outcome in the crisis intervention in the near future. So international communication and cooperation, like the forum today, is very important, not only for Chinese, but also for psychologists around the globe. I'm honored to be invited as a guest editor for psychology in Russia as a special issue on COVID-19 psychological challenges. By August, we have received more than 50 abstracts, which is almost cover every area, every topic. We are working hard, try to reviewing all the manuscripts. We will accept more than 10 for publication. So this is a good news, and congratulations for our Russian colleagues for this special issue. And thank you again, Anna and Russian colleagues for the successful work, well done job. And again, all the best, dear friends and colleagues, especially young psychologists. I noticed many from Asian area. So very glad to meet you all online. I hope that we will meet you all in the near future, face by face. Thank you.
Can I just thank Buxin? That's a very, very interesting presentation, and it must have been a very challenging environment for you to be working in, particularly in Wuhan, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and the way you've organized yourself there and your huge team is clearly very impressive. We don't have any specific questions for you at the moment, although hopefully one or two might come in just a minute. But maybe I can start with a question for you, which might get people thinking. What was it like for psychologists working at the very, very beginning of this pandemic in Wuhan, before people really knew what was happening? How challenging was it? How did people cope personally and professionally with the unknown and the pressures?
Well, thank you for the question. As a matter of fact, psychology has been recruited from the first beginning by the Ministry of Crisis Intervention. We have been working very hard with medical staffs, provide service, not only for medical staff, but also for patients directly face by face. So psychological intervention in the first 2 weeks is not provided individually, but in group. So because we cannot get into the hospital, so we developed online program. For example, division of nurses, division of medical psychology, they provide online lectures. And those program, either in audio format or video format, can be downloaded, and the medical staff at frontline can download it and see it to get instruction step by step how to relieve the emotional stress and how to help themselves to release in such circumstances. Later on, we provide wristwatch with some program, either music or audio program, where they can practice mindfulness and so on. Then about late March or early April, we can get into the hospital and community, including those special hospital for not patients, but those riskily affected persons. So there's a different stage where psychologists step in different situation. But we are very clear for the first phase. I mean, late January, early February, and early March, medical staff are in the front line, not psychologists. But in the second phase, I mean, from April, psychology has been in a key part in the national team and provincial team for crisis intervention, because the key groups has been well defined and can be found well. So the psychological support can be provided.
For me to pick one of them at this stage. We've got a question here. How did Wuhan's children cope with how things were, and what sort of online programs were brought in to help the children? So a question about children and coping, and what support online and otherwise was given for them.
That is a very good question, because the quarantine, children have to stay in home for more than 6 months together with their parents. This is a very unusual, because normally in daytime you should be staying classroom and together with their teachers. So this produced many tension between the parents and kids, and also provide them new topic, for example, self-discipline and planning and execution of study plan. So we actually, for the Peace Mind program, we developed a spatial video program, which is targeting the kids and their parents, how they deal with different situations. For example, the self-discipline and homework planning, and how to finish that step by step, because not every kids are well developed in this kind of issues. So the intent is normally because of the communication. So the parents and the kids also need to improve their skills in communication, expression, and listening, and reaction, and self-enhancement, and so on. So this program, as I mentioned, the APP, which has been 1 week program, including a special part for kids and their parents.
Okay, thank you, Buxin. There is quite a few questions, and people are very keen to have some other questions answered that have come in for you, including some about the status of psychologists, the status of society in China, and so forth. If we have time at the very end of the presentations, Buxin, perhaps we'll come back to those live, but I know that Anna will need to move on to the next speakers. So
Okay.
if I can ask you to pick up any of the questions in chat, if that's possible, and then if we can, we will have time to come back to them live at the end. So Anna, I think word back to you now to introduce the next speaker. Thank you very much, Buxin.
Yes, our next speaker is the president of Malaysian Psychological Association, Professor Razaini Khairuddin. Professor, may I ask you kindly to switch on your presentation? And we are really interested in Malaysian experience.
Thank you very much, Anna. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the organizer, especially Anna, for inviting me as the current president of Malaysian Psychological Association to present at your esteemed conference. Hello, everyone all over the world, friends and colleagues. Today, I would like to share with you actually a survey that myself and my colleagues have done during the first phase of the pandemic, particularly in Malaysia. But before that, before I share the particular survey, allow me to give you a little bit of an introduction, a scenario of what happened in Malaysia when the pandemic first hit globally, particularly in Malaysia. As we all know, on the 12th of March this year, the World Health Organization, WHO, has announced COVID-19 spread globally and as a pandemic. What happened in Malaysia as up to 10th of September 2020, there are 9,628 cases that have been identified with 128 deaths. However, we're quite impressed that the recovered cases reached to 9,167. A little bit of a timeline, what happened when the pandemic first hit Malaysia. Particularly in our country, on the 4th of February, what happened was there was a congregation, a meeting of a religious group in Kuala Lumpur. And this was the first cluster of the COVID-19. So it was first confirmed, the few cases in Malaysia on the 4th of February. Following that, the government quickly imposed what is called a Movement Control Order, MCO, on the 18th of March 2020. During this phase, during this first phase of MCO, there were actually four phases. The first one started on the 18th in March, extended to April, and extended to in May. On the 13th of May, we Malaysians, we went into our second kind of phase of MCO, which is called Conditional Movement Control Order. What happened during this phase is that things like shops, businesses were open level by level, stage by stage. So not all, but little bit by little bit. In June, recently, we finally went into our Recovery Movement Control Order. Now has been extended to 31st of December. what happened during this time, which is now, is that a lot more businesses are being opened. We academicians are allowed to go back to universities. Schools have been opened. Children have gone back to schools. So it is more of coming back, not normal, but it is still a recovery stage of the pandemic. In relation to psychological aspects to COVID-19, we know that a lot of researchers, academics especially, had done a few researches. I remember the first one published was by Wen-Jun Chao and colleagues. I think way back in, it was first published during the first phase of the pandemic, where they studied the psychological effects that was inflicted by the global pandemic among their college students. What they found was, in their 7,143 respondents, that 0.9% of their respondents were experiencing anxiety severely, 2.7% having moderate anxiety, and 21.3% with mild anxiety, which is not too bad. I would say that only 0.9 having very, very highly severely anxiety. What's more is that what they found was that the college students were anxious that whether their relatives or acquaintances might be infected with COVID-19. How did this change Malaysia? Well, Malaysia has not been spared by the pandemic. Most Malaysians were affected psychologically, mostly having cognitive distress and anxiety. I will share with you some of the background of what happened during the first phase of the pandemic that hit Malaysia, which was in March. I mentioned about the Tabligh cluster. And as you can see in this graph, that the number of cases started to increase. And that was, Tabligh is the religious group, which is called Tabligh. Later, during that month of March, as you can see, there was an increase, a rapid increase in number of cases. I will show you this graph. Mostly, the cases were detected in Selangor, where the capital of Malaysia is, which I am at the moment in Selangor. That was the scenario when it first hit. And then it kind of, I would say the MCO that was imposed by the government really managed to control the spread, which we finally, after a few thousand of cases, but we finally managed to get the cases down to only 1 digit. There was, I remember one time, I think it was way back in July, the number was only 1 digit. However, recently there was a spike, but in the northern region and also in Sabah, because of some clusters, some people came back from overseas, and the number of cases rose to a few hundreds. Go back to researchers, what psychologists play a role and can play a role in this pandemic time. So I see that Professor Han talked about what psychologists in general did in China in terms of service. For my presentation today, I want to share on the academic side of the role and also what we as academics can contribute to this time, challenging time. As you know, one of them is doing research. So as we know that it gives us an opportunity to investigate, especially in Malaysia, the psychological impact of the pandemic. Well, some of the researches that have been done was by my colleague, Dr. Candy Tan and colleagues. They studied the perception, stress, and psychological distress of COVID-19 on 692 participants. Because the survey was done during the MCO time, most researchers used online survey via various applications such as WhatsApp, Facebook, email, as such. What they found is that there were indeed positive correlations between the worry perception with stress, anxiety, and depression. The more people were worried about the pandemic, of course, the more stressed, anxious, and depressed they got. As you can see from the graph, most people, they were worried about the COVID-19 getting worse in Malaysia. Another one, which is a little bit of a contradictory finding by, again, our colleague, Dr. Asma Pavin and colleague, they studied on psychological health and coping responses among the adults. What they found using DAS, a little bit contradictory, is that Malaysians were not much psychologically affected, but more of physically affected. Following that, to our own or my own and my colleagues' research, where we're interested to look at the mindset, particularly growth mindset, personality, and coping strategies in combating anxiety during the pandemic. These are some of the objectives. Because I'm running out of time, because we're given only 15 minutes, so I will just rush through. I'm happy to share the slides afterwards if anybody wants the slides. But basically, we wanted to know whether a positive, particularly the growth mindset would influence anxiety, stress, and depression, with coping strategies and personality being the mediators. So we had at the moment only 158 respondents. So these are just preliminary results. I'm hoping to collect more, but I suppose enough to share with all of you the preliminary findings that we've got. So basically, I'll rush through the demographics. So we had equally amount of males and females. However, most of the respondents were Malays. Only 6.3% are Indians and 3.2% Chinese, and 10.1% probably just stick under others. Basically, what we found is that 89.2% of our respondents were indeed anxious, being infected by the virus. 96.2% of the respondents were worried about the risk of being infected, not only for themselves, also with their family. Results also showed that in our sample populations, our respondents have got a moderate level of growth mindset. For those who do not know growth mindset is somebody who can face challenges and will always think about growing themselves or develop themselves. What's more interesting is that we found that in the types of coping strategies that the respondents were using, religious type of coping came number one as the most common type of coping that people adopted. Positive reframing came second, and third came acceptance. And all these were emotion-focused strategies. What about the stress, anxiety, and depression? Well, we found that our respondents had very mild stress level, anxiety level, as well as depression. So somehow mild to moderate. I'd like to share with you on the personality traits that people were having during the pandemic in Malaysia. Openness came up number one, that we found that in our sample populations that people were more open. Second came, conscientiousness. The least trait was neuroticism. Neuroticism, as you know, also relate to emotional stability. Okay, quickly, I go straight to growth mindset. We found that indeed growth mindset negatively correlated with stress, anxiety, and depression. But take note, because we have only 158 respondents so far, so we found very weak correlations though. The personalities, as we can see that quite weak correlations, except for neuroticism, 0.5, which was positively correlate with stress, anxiety, and depression. Quickly, I go on to the mediator effects, where we didn't find any mediator effects of coping strategies, neither did we find for personality. But really what it's saying is that mindset has a direct effect to anxiety, stress, and depression in our respondents. So in conclusions, what we have found in our survey is that Malaysians are indeed affected psychologically, especially during the movement control order. Most Malaysians, we have found, were worried that the pandemic will get worse. Interestingly, religion is the most common type of coping strategy adopted, and growth mindset indeed correlates with stress, anxiety, and depression. I hope this sharing will give some light to all of our friends and colleagues of, number one, what's happening, the scenario in Malaysia. Number two is what kind of psychological impact that was found during the pandemic, particularly in Malaysia. Again, I'd like to thank you, the organizer, for giving me this golden opportunity to present, and any comments or questions are most welcome. With that, I thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank Rosalie for a very interesting presentation telling us what's going on in Malaysia, and very impressive the amount of research you managed to get going quite so quickly. Just looking at some questions now, we have one for you about children. In terms of the fact that you mentioned children went back to school, does this mean that in Malaysia, distance digital or online learning is not the model now? I don't know whether you can comment on that, Rosalie, for us, please.
Very interesting question. Thank you so much, Nicola. Yes, talking about going back to school, I'm talking about the school as in primary and secondary school. Indeed, school children have gone back to school, but not saying that the online session has stopped. It's still going on, especially in universities. I won't say the word funny, but the thing is, for the online sessions, the online learning is still going on, especially for university students. I guess it's because university students are more open to, international students coming back from overseas and stuff like that. So a way of controlling that, I suppose, is to the Ministry of Higher Education has decided to continue with online learning. I'd like to share with everyone that in Malaysia, we have two ministries. One is responsible for higher education. The other is for primary, preschool, primary, and secondary. So they kind of have different decisions on whether, what type of or method of learning that's going on. But I'm glad to say that so far, since the schools were opened, there haven't been serious cases. There was one in up north that one school children had this virus, and it was the school was closed. But otherwise, it's been going on great. Children are safe. Why, I suppose, is because the schools are very strict. The ministry is very strict to take care of all the SOPs being adhered by schools. Even for my own kids, you know, very, very strict. One thing that they also adopt is that school time is not as long, that children can come back by 12 or even 1. So yeah, I would say online learning hasn't stopped, but it depends on what, you know, type of level of schooling. And so far is good news. Not wood, nothing serious has happened. Thank you very much for the lovely question.
Okay, and then there's one more question for you on chat, which I think we've just got time for maybe a short answer, because I imagine this one could be quite a long answer. A colleague would like you to say a little bit more about the growth model that you used in your research, please, Rosalie. If you can put it in a nutshell, that would be lovely. Oh, I think she's been muted, Anna.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Yes, I'm so happy that somebody's interested in this, because I have 2 grants studying on growth mindset. It's not my original idea. It's by Professor Dweck from Stanford University, which I tried to elaborate more on, because she did on school children, which I tried to elaborate on not just school children, but, you know, general population in general. Growth, basically from Dweck's idea, is that there are 2 types of mindsets, fixed and growth. People who have fixed mindset are mostly, personally, I feel it's more related to external locus of control, in terms of they don't feel that they can control the situation. Everything is given. For example, whether they are intelligent or not, it's already given. This is in contrast with people with growth mindset, which they believe that they can control, they can improve the situation. So why I became interested to study this model in my survey is because I want to see, in challenging times like the pandemic, whether people with growth mindset can cope and deal with the situation much better. That's all in a nutshell, Nicola. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Very, very interesting presentation. So now I'll pass back to Anna to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, I just would like to mention to Rosaini and thank her for wonderful presentations. I bet there are a couple of questions for you in the chat, so you may wish to look into them. Hopefully we'll have time to answer them. Otherwise, you may wish to answer them in chat like Buxin is doing now. Thank you so much, Buxin, for that. And I would like to pass the word now to Dr. Andik Matulesi from Indonesia. My distinct pleasure to pass you the word. Please switch on your presentation if you have one.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Could I share screen? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah, just press the presentation mode.
Okay.
For your presentation.
Okay.
So that it will be full size.
Is it?
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning in Moscow and good afternoon to all speakers and participants who attend in that conference today. I would like I would like to say thank you to Dr. Anna Levida. I met Dr. Anna for the first time at ARUP's conference, and HIMSI Congress in Indonesia, and I met her in ECC conference and ECP Congress in Moscow in 2018 and 2019. I'm grateful for this invitation and hope that there will be a wider cooperation between RPS and HIMSI. And I would like to say thank you to RPS too, as organization for the opportunity to present about the role of HIMSI in dealing with COVID-19 in Indonesia. My name is Andi Matulesi. I'm now Secretary General of Indonesian Psychological Association, or HIMSI, and I'm a head of the task force for psychological service COVID-19. I'm social psychologist and I'm associate professor in University 17 August 1945 Surabaya, Indonesia. Dear all, for your info, HIMSI, Indonesian Psychological Association, was established in 1957, and now we have 9,750 members. And HIMSI has also been part of international organization as IPSIS and Asia Pacific Psychological Alliance and ARUS, ASEAN Regional Union of Psychological Society. So we have also collaborated with 60 professional psychology association from other countries in Global Psychology Alliance. As is known, the first COVID-19 case in Indonesia was announced by the President of Republic of Indonesia on March 2nd, 2020. At the time, the government implemented various important policies to prevent the massive spread of the COVID-19 virus, including collaboration with professional organizations related to health, doctor, midwife, nurses, pediatricians, social workers, and psychologists. After the announcement from government, the Indonesian Psychological Association, HIMSI, formed a COVID-19 task force of psychological service at the national and provincial levels. The HIMSI task force coordinates all psychological services provided by psychologists and psychology scientists throughout Indonesia. All activities of the HIMSI task force are carried out on a pro bono basis without getting any reward. And the regional HIMSI task force in 34 provinces is assisted by 18 associations under HIMSI with various psychological service activity. And HIMSI is also part of the government task force for acceleration of handling COVID-19, which was initially led by the head of the National Disaster Management Agency. So HIMSI has important part of disaster management, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. As a basis for providing psychological services, so HIMSI makes various standards and new protocols for members in providing psychological services. As is well known, this pandemic case is new to psychology and psychologists to all the world. So we have to prepare new guidelines to guide how to manage psychological services. In addition, HIMSI collaborates with the Ministry of Health, especially a Directorate General of Disease Prevention and Control, to create guidelines for mental and psychosocial health support in the COVID-19 pandemic. What has HIMSI done in handling COVID-19 from March until September? as is known, since the beginning of this pandemic, it has had a wide impact, which is not only medical and psychological problem. However, it has led to an escalation of problems that have spread to the economic, political, social, cultural, and security aspect. So we actually hope that every Indonesian people are able to do self-care. I mean, they have a capacity to solve problem on their own, seek various accurate information, and carry out various health protocols and be able to withstand stress. So all of our mental health service activities are based on hierarchy of psychological service for mental health. Is 4 levels: self-care, psychological first aid, counseling, and psychotherapy. So regarding mental health service at level 1, HIMSI does various things to increase self-awareness, including HIMSI provides various responses to COVID-19 crisis, especially infographic, articles, and media, including social media, online sharing session, web seminar, TV discussion, or opinion sharing, in collaboration with local and national electronic and non-electronic media. So I think psychoeducational material and article is effective on mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic, and HIMSI give a website, a special website to to be accessed from to everyone to our website in himsi.or.id. In addition, in effort to increase awareness of being able to take care of itself, HIMSI conduct more than 500 webinar activities, collaborating with association under HIMSI and collaborating with Ministry of Health, Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, and collaborating with profession like doctor, nurses, social workers, psychiatrists, and etc. We have webinar with other countries, psychological professional organization, and with Australian Psychological Society, with APPA, and now with RPS. So we have to collaborating webinar with Indonesian Student Association. So we have been contacted by many Indonesian student association, administrator, and several countries, and who ask for psychological services. And so we provide BFA training for student volunteers and in that country, and online counseling services for students who experience have both academic or psychological problems, especially in Russia, in Japan, India, and Egypt. So in the second layer, we have not everyone. I think not everyone is easy to find solution to face the problem related to COVID-19. So some are easily anxious and stressed until depression. Therefore, HIMSI provided the next level of the service, namely a tele-PFA. I mean a psychological first aid telephone with specific helpline. In Indonesia, specific helpline to deal with COVID-19 issues were established by the Indonesian government, which is called 119. I think it's many popular countries use 911 as emergency call. This 119 helpline has several extensions before, extension 0, which deal with medical emergencies as ambulance, and extension 9, which provides information on COVID-19. So the Indonesian government established the newly developed 119 extension 8, which provides psychological services, particularly in remote PFA for all Indonesian citizens. The psychological service 119 extension 8 was named Sejiwa. Sejiwa terminology comes from abbreviation of the word mental health, kesehatan jiwa in bahasa, but in English it's mental health, and launched by the Indonesian government in April 29. This initiative was taken by government as a result of studies stating the highly incidence of psychological problem rising from the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. There was anxiety, adaptation problem, panic, regulatory non-compliance, rejection of restriction, social stigma, and there's some examples of psychological problems that as the result of the outbreak in the Indonesian context. So the situation has led to the increasing need of psychological services, so that the psychology has a significant role in ensuring mental health of the Indonesian people. So the new helpline channel 119 extension 8 was established by Office of Presidential Staff, and its operation is conducted in collaboration with the Minister of Health, Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Ministry of Information and Communication, National Disaster Management Authority, and Indonesian National Telecommunication Company, Telkom, and the Indonesian Psychological Association, HIMSI. So HIMSI contributed to the delivery of the tele-PFA conducted by 2,075 volunteers. So the headline 119 extension 8 was regarded as successful in achieving its goal to provide psychological services and help all Indonesian citizens and to manage psychological problem and maintaining mental health. So the following indicators were used by HIMSI. Why support this claim? Because there have been thousands of incoming calls to this helpline since the first round of operation until now. So the percentage of success call ratio is also increasing, with the point reaching is 92%. So, and the large number of psychologists and psychology scientists join this program as volunteers. So HIMSI has more than 2,000 volunteers located from all provinces in Indonesia, and 34 provinces, and so who contributed in the delivery of PFA through 119 extension 8. So I think it's good for not only HIMSI, but it's for psychology and psychologists. This PFA activity is based on initial psychological assistance only. So that all service results via hotline 119 extension 8 must be referred to professional psychologists, especially if the client needs counseling or psychotherapy. So HIMSI also provide direct and remote counseling and psychotherapy services carried out by the COVID-19 psychological services task force at the 34 provinces that was supported by more than 9,000 psychologists. So counseling and psychotherapy for COVID-19 positive patients who carry out at hospital that had been determined by government. So most of those who carry out psychological service at the hospital, clinical psychologists and military psychologists. For your information, HIMSI has also created a donation program, the results of which are used to help health workers, especially psychologists, in carrying out services for COVID-19. So the donation program is specifically used to purchase personal protective equipment in handling the COVID-19 patient. So as part of its global responsibility, HIMSI participates in discussing and providing solutions to the global COVID-19 pandemic problem. So HIMSI together with collaborate with 60 professional organizations around the world, share information, make agreements that can apply globally. There were two collective agreements from this Global Psychology Alliance. First is against violence in the home and what do psychology and psychologists offer humanity. After that, each country translates the agreement based on the language of their respective countries. So thank you for your attention. I hope all of us will always be blessed with health, and I think my conclusion is collaboration is big thing to make to face pandemic of COVID-19. Thank you. Spasiba.
Antique, thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. Your association has obviously made a huge effort to put together a very, very comprehensive program, and the numbers and the scale of what you've done is really quite remarkable. We already have a couple of questions for you, and one is rather related to the issue of scale and resources. Which is, were the undergraduate psychologists your country's first option, and did you receive complaints from the graduated ones? So that's the first question. And if I give you the second one, because you might be able to bring the two of them together, something about success factors. So you've talked about the numbers of the 119 service, but what were the indicators of success in terms of actually supporting people to cope with psychological issues?
I think, thank you for this question, where undergraduate psychologists, your country's first option. I think it's the important option is all of psychologists, because we have 875 to face a PFA. Is a psychologist, and because psychological first is no need, not always have a background of psychologists, because it is PFA, because the first psychological first aid, so we don't say about counseling, about psychotherapy, so everyone could be a part of this PFA PFA in 119 in extension 8. So I think we have to agree. It's important thing. We will not only get someone to be a part of PFA, but we give preparation for human resource. So we have training. We have we give training for everyone. So and I think we need recruit volunteers and provide proper training for them in collaboration with Telkom. We should also prepare protocol or service delivery evaluation mechanism. It was time, and secondly we have a procedure. The volunteers are experienced delivering direct PFA outreach. So however, they has never conducted any television of PFA. So they need adaptation, and the first week of the program, we provided support by establishing discussion forum through WhatsApp for volunteer based on the location. So I think it's not only psychologists, but everyone could be a team to give psychological first aid.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think we'll now pass back to Anna, and I think we've got 2 more speakers. Is that right? From back to Europe this time, Anna.
Yep, that's true. I just would like to announce that the last presentation from Russian colleagues has been cancelled. So we have 2 speakers, one from Spain and another one is from Turkey. And I would like to pass the word to Professor Berta Osin from Spain. Please, Professor, could you share your screen for presentation?
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And also, can you please switch on the presentation mode for your slides?
It's
Yes,
okay now?
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. So good morning or good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this international online conference, especially to Professor Alexander Baraka. Well, I'm Berta Osin, I'm professor from the University Complutense of Madrid, and I would like to show you some of our study results about gender-related difference in spiritual well-being as a consequence of COVID-19 in Spain. This is the index I'm going to go through. COVID-19, as we have here, is a global pandemic, and its effects has been felt throughout the world. On March 14, a state of emergency was declared in Spain. This longitudinal study consists on 2 data collection points. The first, at the end of March, citizens were confined to their homes for 2 weeks. During this period, it was only possible to leave home to buy essential items or to go to work. The second 2-week period, it was much more restrictive. From 30 March to 12 April, there was total suspension of all non-essential employment activity. This exceptional situation of confinement was an experience with important psychological implications, as we have been seeing, include depressive symptoms, psychological distress, symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, higher levels of stress and anxiety, insomnia, and irritability or loneliness. Some studies have already reported this difference between men and women in relation to the psychological impact of the pandemic and the presence of symptoms of anxiety and depression. In this line, spiritual well-being has already been identified as one of the main protective factors for depression, anxiety, and PTSD in COVID-19 context. The aim of this longitudinal study is to examine the role of gender in the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in Spain at 2 different moments in time, after 2 and 5 weeks of quarantine. The longitudinal study took place between 21st of March and 27 April and consists, as I said, in 2 measures. A survey was developed to complete using online the Google Forms platform with the aim of reaching the maximum population possible. The recruitment consists of sending requests for participation to people in the databases of different institutions, students and workers in public and private organizations as Complutense University of Madrid or the Chair Against Stigma Group 5, Complutense University. To increase the sample size as much as possible, participants were also recruited by sending the survey through various social network channels, distribution through WhatsApp leads, email, Facebook, Twitter, or on the website www.contraelstigma.com. The final sample contained 3,480 participants from the general population, and those people who agree to participate in the second evaluation were directly contacted by email. That was 1,041 people. The inclusion criteria were to be over 18 years old, to be living in Spain during the COVID-19 health emergency, and to have agreed to participate in the second evaluation of this study. So as you can see here, the longitudinal model. The following variables and instruments were included in the assessment. We include a data set with socio-demographic variables, but also the spiritual well-being was evaluated with the Spanish version of the facet. Means and their confidence intervals were calculated for all variables in the study for women and men, and we carry out linear mixed models with random slopes for each variable to analyze the effects of longitudinal measures and the interaction with gender. The sample contained a majority of women, 81%, with an average age of 39.39 years. In relation to gender, all of the responders classified themselves as male or female. Moreover, 44 of the participants had children, 56% declared that they had a partner and shared their home with them, and 38% were engaged in university studies. In this figure, you can see the means and the confidence intervals as a function of gender. These figures show no change between time 0 and time 1 measures for facet variable. As you can see, in red are the females and in blue are the males. And you can see that spiritual well-being shows clear difference between women and men, with men showing significantly greater well-being. Figure also shows that how the means increase in men with time and decrease in women. This is the first study in the scientific literature that reports the different psychological impacts of COVID on spiritual well-being as a function of gender over time in the Spanish population. Data shows that in the first measure, so after 2 weeks of confinement, women were the ones that saw the lowest level of spiritual well-being, and in the second measure, after 5 weeks of confinement, data show how over time women's level of spiritual well-being decreased, showing significant change. Men presented greater well-being in both measures. The longitudinal results are consistent with previous studies that indicate that women are affected to a greater extent with regard to psychological impact on the pandemic. One explanation for these results may be that the prevalence of depression and anxiety is generally higher in women, but it can also indicate that they are suffering from a greater care burden that due to the increased needs for care both outside and inside the home during lockdown. These authors suggest specific actions to achieve a more equitable distribution of unpaid work between men and women. This includes providing more childcare, reducing working hours due to family commitments, addressing the needs of single mothers, raising awareness of gender difference and the burden of women, encouraging measures to support mothers' entry into the workforce, as well as strengthening the role of women's shelters and raising awareness of gender-based violence. Well, this study has several limitations also. The sample chosen is not exactly equivalent to the Spanish population, and the use of the online tool limits access to persons who use this technology to a lesser degree, such as the elderly. On the other hand, it will have been interesting to evaluate in more detail the proportion of women in our sample employed and the type of employment, which we will include at one of our lines of research in the future. As this author, Van Zyl and Koenig in 2020 has previously done, the following are some recommendations to help individuals maintaining spiritual, mental, and physical well-being during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, take care of yourself, do exercise, sleep enough, watch your diet, and practice meditation, mindfulness, yoga, or other spiritual practice. Keep in contact with your family and relevant people. Engage or follow social groups of similar interest to your own. Also, if you practice any faith, maintain religious involvement and use social media to promote kindness to others and connect with those who are physical distance. In conclusions, the COVID-19 pandemic and measures taken to address it has been shown to have a greater psychological impact on women. Over time, during the lockdown, these differences are maintained. Men have so far experienced the least psychological impact of the pandemic and report greater spiritual well-being than women. The pandemic underlined the need to pay greater attention to the gender and the private sphere to prevent and alleviate the psychological consequence of the pandemic on this group. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Berta. It's a very interesting take and a very important take on how the pandemic has differentially affected our populations and our communities. We have just time, I think, for one question for you. And we can perhaps bring two themes together here. One is, how do you define spiritual well-being, and what's your sense about a lower spiritual sense of well-being for women? I know you've talked about some of the practical factors, but do you think there's another level of why women's spiritual well-being might be lower? So anyway, the definition first, I think, would be really helpful. In a little nutshell would be great. Thank you.
Yes, well, as spiritual well-being, I will tell you the exactly questions we ask, so you can see what we mean. We ask people if you feel at peace, if you have a reason to live, if you have a feeling of inner harmony, and if you feel that your life has meaning. So it has to be with the meaning, the sense of meaning in life. So it's not a religious thing in our questionnaire, but a sense of meaning in this sense. So to feel peace, to have a reason to live, to feel a inner harmony, and to feel that your life has this meaning. I hope I have answered this question. And
very helpful.
Yeah, this question, according to your opinion, what is the logical reason of the low level of spiritual well-being of women?
I think that's probably all we've got time for, if that's all right, Bert.
Okay.
Sorry, I do need to let Anna move on to Turkey. But if there's time later, maybe you could answer that question in the chat for us. Would that be okay? Anyway, thank you so much for a really important presentation. And now I'll pass back to Anna.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so we have the last presenter for this session, Professor Nihan Tezer from Cyprus International University, Turkey. So, Professor,
hello.
Yeah.
I also want to underline that I'm here for representing Turkish Psychological Association. So my affiliation may be both. I can indicate that. Yes. I guess I need to share my screen, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, hello everyone. Kind greetings for all of you from Antalya, Turkey. As I said,
I'm sorry, Nihan. There is some issues with your sound. Can you please use the microphone or something?
Okay, maybe I can try it again. Sorry, excuse me, please.
Yeah, sure, it's okay.
Is it better now?
Yes, very good, thank you.
Oh, welcome. So, as I said, I'm an executive member of Turkish Psychological Association, and I'm an assistant professor in Cyprus International University. And greetings from Antalya, if you haven't heard me before. Thank you for the organization first, and thank you for inviting us. I would like to, sorry, I need to change. Okay, I would like to change it. Today, I would like to present a survey result, a preliminary results for conditions of Turkish psychologists during pandemic, and how Turkish psychological associations try to actually support this, our colleagues during this time period. But first, let me introduce you the conditions here in Turkey and the conditions of Turkish psychological associations, how we try to deal with COVID-19. We have a division for trauma, disasters, and crisis. Until this pandemic, maybe we can tell that we had experience for disasters like earthquakes or floods, but it was really a first for us. So the first case of COVID-19 was appeared in Turkey on the beginning of March, and until March, actually, we didn't have any preparations. We have talked about, but we couldn't really manage until the first case. But afterwards, with the collaboration of this division, trauma, disaster, and crisis, we had volunteered applications, and we made a list for preparation. But in Turkey, it was also a dilemma for us to take the initiative and run a study, run a psychological first aid job for this issue, or just collaborate with the Ministry of Health or the other NGOs. So we thought that it's a huge thing to do. So we decided to collaborate with the other NGOs, and we didn't separately manage a first aid psychological service as Turkish Psychological Association. We did it before. We had prepared some psychological first aid hotlines for after earthquakes, but for this time we preferred not to do that alone, but to collaborate with the other NGOs. And according to the regulations in Turkey, actually, Ministry of Health take that initiative and said that there must be, we can say, an organization under my umbrella, and NGOs can gather under this umbrella. And in Istanbul, they built an organization called CORDEP. And what the aim of CORDEP was to build a hotline for first aid, but also at the second phase, support the public for, if necessary, for prevention of post-traumatic stress disorders. So it was a mental health support program, CORDEP. However, CORDEP also supported not only psychologists, but all mental health workers for educating them how to intervene this issue, what should be the first aid psychological services do, how did they manage, what to do on the hotlines. So it was a really comprehensive program, educational program. And I may tell that it was online on YouTube, and all over the Turkey, the psychologists have benefited from those online videos as far as they reported. And they shared principles and guidelines for working on hotlines. But CORDEP was mainly centered in Istanbul, and the citizens of Istanbul was applying CORDEP. By the time goes, during May, we can say, April or May, we started to have applications from other civil organizations like municipalities, Ministry of Health individually, that CORDEP wasn't enough for the other cities. We needed to have a collaboration so that we didn't, again, took the initiative at first. We collaborated mainly with municipalities because there were psychologists employed in counseling centers there, so that we have or we have educated those psychologists. We help them to have those guidelines so they could intervene to, or they could help to public to deal with this issue, the COVID-19. So far, it was what we did during what we did as a psychological association in Turkey for dealing with COVID-19. But it was, maybe we can say that, mostly a reactive way. But according to the statistics, the cases in Turkey increases again. It was decreased, but at the beginning of this month, they reported an increase. Before this increase and and with this presentation idea, we said that we must be more proactive and we must know the conditions of the psychologists in Turkey. How does this pandemic change their working life? How we can support them, and how they had to deal with these roadblocks during pandemic. So we decided to have a more proactive way to deal with this situation, and we had we have conducted a survey. As I said at the beginning, it's a really preliminary findings for the survey. So the subjects are really limited, but we have around 100 subjects, which is mainly consists of graduate students, and most of them are workers, and for some parts, the non-worker psychologists, like some students also answered these questions. They didn't consisted in the study. And in Turkey, psychologists can be employed under a civil servant, like in the ministries, but they can also employed in the private sector, like they may have own their private practice, or they may work for NGOs. So they can get their salaries from government or a private sector. So the first thing that we try to understand the conditions of their work, the intensity, how they worked, how intensely they work. Does it change or not? During pandemic, they reported that, by the way, maybe you can, it's really written in little characters, but it's beginning from less to top. So you can see here the intensity of work. Most of the psychologists reported that they didn't really had an increase for that. For the salary, they reported, most of them reported that it didn't really change actually the salary part. Working hours, again, not really changed, or the salary was, they were on the middle. They didn't reported that a significant change. Taking attention here means some colleagues reported us that during pandemic they needed more sources because until pandemic they weren't really taking responsibilities in their working areas, but their chefs, their boss gave them more intention that there is a psychologist working in our industry, and how can we benefit from them, was taking more intention for them. So this taking attention means this part, but again, some of them replied as it didn't really change, and most of them replied as it didn't really change. The yellow part means this, but there can be an increase for attention for psychologists, what they do, what they, how can we also need them, how can they support us, was another question for the workers. And the risks, did they put them into risks during pandemic? Most of them reported that the risks were increased during their work. So it was the general results, but the question also was it differing between the civil servants that governmental employed psychologists and the private practice, the private employees? We can tell that there were a significant difference with their salary. The psychologists who work for government, the civil servants, didn't have any change with their salary, but in private practice, they only 2 of them said they lost their income, but most of them reported a decrease in their salary. Working hours also decreased for private employees, but the risks was increasing for the civil servants, for the governmental employees. So that we can tell they were putting them into risk much more, but on the other sources, they couldn't. There wasn't a significant change for them. Another question was the working conditions become harder or easier for them? I'm really summarizing these results, but 70% of the psychologists perceived that the work that they do was getting harder because sometimes there was some conversations like working online was much more better and make work life easier, but psychologists didn't perceive in that way according to their answers. And we asked them if they had any benefit from this pandemic process, if so, how it was. Some of them, most of them, sorry, it's in an order. Most of them reported that they needed to adapt new skills for technology, and they searched for opportunities for new technologies, and it was fun for them. They really enjoyed this part, and they said that this new world also is good, and we try to adapt our skills for the new technologies. Online education systems was also became an interest, and using these opportunities was also an interesting and enjoyable part for the academics at most. Most of the psychologists again said that their skills for intervention for crisis increases. As I said, we try to actually organize educations for intervention for crisis, but also the Ministry of Health or Ministry of Family and Social Policies also try to make educations for increasing skills for interventions for crisis. And how the other question was, how did pandemic negatively affected you, if affected you in a negative way or not? And the ones who said yes, and it was nearly 100% of them, they said they reported a negative effect. We need to compare these facts according to the sectors that they work. Academics mostly reported that their workloads increased and they have trouble in work-life balance, and 90% of the educators reported that they are not satisfied with these educations, and some students try to abuse the conditions. The psychologists who work in Ministry of Health was really stressed because of the high risk. They said that the 30% of them said that working hours have increased. And this is a dilemma, and this is the maybe most tough point for us, that with the Turkish Psychological Association, what we do is really, we're really discussing this part, but they are now working for affiliation work. So they are working on the lines to find the first case who have infected the others. They said that they are really unhappy that they cannot do their job for 3 or 4 months. So they expect rules for them. And during private practice, most of them reported that clients refused online sessions. Online working conditions may cause privacy problems, like the clients cannot find places for them to have the privacy conditions. That's why they needed to cancel. Although they wanted, they couldn't manage how to deal with this problem. As I said, the decrease in salaries and the most damage were given, maybe we can say, for the colleagues who are working with children, because they really try to find a way to work with the children at the end.
I'm so sorry. We have to wrap up, okay?
Okay, this is the last part. So we try to support our colleagues with informative brochures and articles and guidelines and social media posts. As I said, YouTube was also really an important source for us. But our colleagues have reported that they really benefited from reading materials. As a personally, I was expecting the YouTube were more interesting, but our colleagues preferred reading materials and the guidelines. They also shared with the, they were not only for the colleagues, but for the public. They also shared this brochures, this informations on their working areas, as I said. So that's all I can say, actually, for a summary, for a preliminary study. Thank you for listening, and thank you for organization again. Yes, thank you.
Nihan, thank you very much indeed. I'm being told that we now have to go to our break, because Anna will tell us, but I think we have a 15-minute break. But just to thank you very much indeed for that. It's a very good thing, I think, to also think about psychologists ourselves in these times. And it's very easy to keep on giving and keep on focusing out, and to focus in, I think, is a very courageous and helpful thing to do. So thank you so much. And I'm sure if people have any questions, they might pop them in the chat for you and you might be able to stay on and answer them. So thank you, and back to Anna.
Yes, thank you so much, Nihan. Yeah, so we're a bit late to start the break, but because we have really tight schedule today, so there will be 9 minutes break. Understanding, and again, if you have any questions to Nihan or any other speakers, you may write that in chat, and hopefully all of that will be answered. So we will see you back at 11:30 Moscow time, which is roughly 9 minutes. Have a lovely break. Yeah, is there a question? Dear colleagues, my name is Anna Levina, and I'm moderator for our today's conference, along with Nicola Gale, Vice President of European Federation of Psychologists Associations. And we are happy to welcome you at the conference, Role of Psychology in Fighting COVID-19 Pandemic, International Perspective. And we're about to start the second session of our today's conference, which is titled Maintenance and Improvement for Psychological Well-Being, Part 2. So we have several presenters here and a couple of changes. So first presentations will be from Sas Cooper, second presentation from Cherry Chan, then it's Tom Van Dale, then we have a slight change. It's presentation from Lisiane Bizarro, then from Alexander Tostov and Helena Raskazova, then from Alla Shaboltas, then quite a number of Russian speakers will be talking on COVID-19 time, and then we will have our wonderful presenters from Nepal, Usha Kirian Suba and her colleague. So I will just pass the word to Nicola Gale for a short intro and welcome to new presenters, new participants.
Just to say welcome to everybody who's just joined us, and welcome back to everybody after the short break. I think we had learned a lot in the first session about how different countries and different continents have managed the challenges, and very much looking forward to the second session. So as before, I think it's quite tight in this session, so we may have time for one very quick question per speaker, so do pop them in the chat and I will pick one that seems to be the most representative. So looking forward to hearing now from Sas.
Yes, I would like to pass the word to Sas Cooper, President of Pan-African Psychology Union, and our distinguished psychologists. So dear Sas, would you kindly switch on presentation if you have one? Otherwise, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm exceedingly grateful to be with you and sharing in this weird period in our lives. Some thoughts on what you are discussing out there. And I thought what I would do is touch on some of the things that the conference has already touched on, its theme, but also talk about a new normal, or are we recycling the past? As we all know, this is perhaps the global event that has affected every country, every territory in the world. Some 213 countries have been affected by this pandemic. And at the best of times, we have had conflicting views from experts. And for people like frontline workers, people who deal with COVID patients, and for psychologists and others, it becomes an added complication when the expertise is as conflicting as it has been. And the result is that some countries have taken the worst kinds of advice and thrust them into what seems to be their policies around COVID. As we speak, we are well over 29 million who've been positive with the coronavirus, and the deaths are some 939. What does not get often reported are the recoveries, and the recoveries are also quite significant. Currently, it's well over 21.5 million recoveries. We have not been able to get good evidence on why certain people recover faster and why others don't, save for certain cohorts of persons over a certain age, comorbidities, and so on. But we've also seen that younger people are infected and subject to serious hospitalization and intervention. Now, that's the global picture, colleagues. And whilst the world leaders, and I'm not going to talk about any national leaders, certain world leaders like at the UN and the World Health Organization have been talking about a solidarity, have been talking about we are in this together and together we should find ways forward. Together we should end this pandemic. However, in many of our jurisdictions, on the media and elsewhere, there's been a veritable war talk. People have been talking war, people have been talking as if this is a new crusade, and it seeps down into the body politic where our differences get exacerbated. So when there's a border closed down, it's as if those from across that border are the ones who are infecting us. And therefore, whatever differences, whatever contestation there may have been, has been exacerbated during this COVID period. We've seen countries that ought to work together, working at divergence. The challenges, the attacks, and so on. And all of this, particularly when we are, in most parts of the world, still under levels of lockdown, still left to our own devices in many respects, watch news, consume news enormously. I think there has never been a period where the world has taken in so much information from so many sources, and many of them dubious sources. The result is that there's an added confusion. So for the people that you see in the hospital, in other settings, in your rooms, the kinds of anxieties, the kinds of uncertainties and insecurities will be massively exacerbated, because if two major experts are not saying the same thing, and if the organization tasked with this, the World Health Organization, gets impugned by Trump and his minions, we then know that we are in for a rough ride indeed. And these last few months have been quite a roller coaster for all of us. We have not seen that brave, visionary, and collaborative leadership that the United Nations Secretary General Guterres has repeatedly called for. What we've seen is an inept, immature leadership, often out of their depth, quickly resorting to denialism, populist rhetoric, and then putting out unscientific cures and adding to the them and us mentality. So if somebody has lesser or greater amount of pigmentation, melanin in their pigmentation, if you have certain parts of you, eyes looking different, your nose thicker or narrower, or texture of your hair, the othering becomes seriously in stark relief. The result is we've seen outpourings like we have with the Black Lives Must Matter, which is not a new movement, but got tremendous sustenance from the George Floyd murder when that happened. I think it was in July this year, because it showed the serious fault lines in society. Those fault lines, all of us were hoping that because we all confronted the pandemic together, we would be able to come through this, and our new normal would be a more compassionate, caring, connected world. Instead, the divides have become huge chasms. And I think that the glue that holds this together is psychology, because we understand human behavior. We ought to, and we ought to be impacting this dangerous trend of creating difference where it doesn't where there isn't any, exacerbating certain views, exacerbating certain physical characteristics, and playing up the them and us in a manner that can only create a worse off world. Heaven knows that since 9/11, the geopolitics of our world have changed dramatically. But with this pandemic, it's become stark, it's become worse. And when you look at my continent, Africa, you'll find some interesting statistics, and I'm going to share some of those with you. Africa just has 1.1 million cases, and yet it's a continent of some billion people. Its recoveries are 1.09 million recoveries. The deaths throughout the continent are only 24,000, and most of them recorded in South Africa because of its more agile measurement and recording systems for this. The surveillance systems are better. So if you look at the state of being of our world until this pandemic happened, some interesting features emerge. More than 70% of the world's least developed countries are in Africa. 34 of the 54 countries, or 63% of the entire continent, is classified as high in poverty, low in nutrition, health, education, and adult literacy, and constantly facing economic vulnerability. This before the pandemic. With the pandemic, all of these factors have just increased in intensity. However, Africa remains a resource-rich continent, the most resource-rich continent on Earth, and rampant extraction from most of the rich countries occurs. I'd like to remind you that the Conference on Berlin in the late 1800s was actually the Conference on the Congo River Basin, and almost all European countries were involved in it, from Russia through to Britain, and from the Nordic countries through to the southern countries in Europe. So one could be forgiven to think that at this point, a large part of Africa is still reflecting that European involvement, as well as more recently, Asian involvement in economies. The result is that the extraction will continue. The result is that the impoverishment will continue, and local development, turning around poverty, nutrition, health, education, literacy, will probably be worse off post-pandemic. And when life continues at some point next year, and there's comfort that we have a vaccine and we can do some people can do what they would ordinarily, the continent will be left behind, as it always has been. Now, I'm not raising this to claim any victimization. I'm giving it as straight fact. And it's heartening to note that in recent campaigns, as a result of the George Floyd murder, people have been raising the issue of slavery from the Portuguese into the Americas and other places, talking about reparations. Countries like Namibia have rejected the offer last month from Germany. Belgium, of the offers they made to Burundi and the Democratic Republic of Congo have been rejected. And if you look at a single country that's very rich in natural resources, it is the Congo, but it is that heart of darkness that the novelist wrote about still. So our new normal, unfortunately, is going to be much of the same. And we wouldn't have learned from this period where we intensely were more connected with ourselves and with each other, even though very remotely. What our world needs is to ride across those gaps of melanin, of external aspects to one's physiology, across language, across belief, and join together to say, as psychology, we must build bridges, because it takes enormous work to build those bridges. It takes enormous resources, but it takes one mad bomber to blow that bridge up. Ours is a world that we can change, and psychology ought to be at the forefront of this. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. I don't think we've got any questions for you yet. So maybe if I can just ask you a very quick one and ask if you can perhaps respond in a nutshell. What's the very first step that you would like us as a global psychology community to take to help with this big challenge? I think I might have lost Sat there, Anna. So if he doesn't come back in the next minute or so, he's been muted. There we are. We've got him back.
I think that our leadership, as we have done, and some of us are present in this session, we need to strengthen the links between our organizations and create common understandings, particularly where narrow politicians, bigoted ones, would like to create schisms. We need to work towards a common humanity, a common psychology. There is one psychology. Its expression is contextual. So if we can continue to build those bridges and work towards a common humanity, serving all of humanity through the kinds of agreements that FPA has with IUCIS, the membership that we have with the Chinese Psychological Society, with the Russian Psychological Society, and share ways in which we can be better at impacting policy, I think we'll go a long way.
That sounds perfect, and today I guess is a part of that as well. Thank you very much indeed, Sat, and some appreciation I can see starting to come through for your talk. So back to Anna for the next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker in our program is Dr. Cherry Chan from Singapore Psychological Society. Hello.
Hi.
Please share your presentation if you have any.
Yeah.
Okay, it works.
Yeah. Okay, let's just put it up. All right, so thanks everyone. Thanks also to the Russian Psychological Society and FPA for organizing this and inviting us to be a speaker. I'm very glad to be able to share Singapore's journey through COVID. It's interesting for us to share this because I think in the global news, there was a lot of talk about initially, right, in the early days, there was a lot of talk about, oh, if Singapore can handle this, countries can handle it too. And it almost put Singapore on a pedestal. But as we all would know now, our numbers are in the 50,000s, primarily because of the migrant worker situation that I think we missed out on as a country. But having said that, I think it'll be nice to walk this journey together, and I'm very happy to be able to learn from all the countries and globally the individuals represented here today as well. So I think Singapore's situation in COVID is probably not super different for everyone's here, but I guess we all have our own nuances. So before the lockdown, we're currently kind of still in, we call it partial lockdown, so to speak. So we haven't really fully come out of the whole lockdown process as well. But before the lockdown, people were complaining about, why can't we go out? Singapore is very well known for our bubble tea addictions. I'm not sure whether you guys have that too. A lot of people were wondering whether they should just go out for their last outing, before the lockdown happened. And there was a lot of talk about whether a lockdown would happen or not. So we weren't too sure. But when they first announced it, it was almost like, we're going to do it in the next 4 days. So everyone just get ready. And it was a bit of a shock to a lot of the systems. During the lockdown itself, and again, it was partial, it's not full lockdown, but during the lockdown, again, people were talking about, oh my God, Netflix again, there's too much work. There were a lot of students who were complaining that the online learning system was worse than going to school. They thought that going to school was much better. There were some concerns about, end of the world. And some people actually felt really bored, because we didn't have the opportunity to meet other people, and it was a really difficult process to go through. Clearly, people are all feeling really stressed out. Now that the lockdown is sort of over, again, we are coming out. We have broken down our lockdown into phase 1, 2, and 3. We're currently in phase 2, hopefully moving to phase 3 soon. But in phase 2, now that it's sort of over, the stress is a little bit different. So, people are talking about, oh man, I'm so used to waking up at 8:50 to turn on the computer at 9 a.m. Now I have to go back on travel. Some people are thinking about, oh, right, I can't wait, right? Getting away from kids. Some people are worried our COVID numbers are still not zero. It's very low at the moment, and we're thankful for that, but still not zero, right? Would traveling affect me? I have kids and I have older individuals at home. Some people are like, oh, shucks, right? Now I have to wear office attire. Small issues, but, still worrisome. So many people, right, would have felt confused, tired, irritated, upset, or all of the above. But we noticed as well that some other people felt really surprised at, how quick the time has gone. They felt really contented. Family time together was something that they didn't expect, and it felt good, especially for a lot of families who would travel, or parents who would travel for work. Now that they couldn't, suddenly they were all kept at home. Some were actually happy, especially those with, you can imagine, right, social anxiety, or they don't want to go out. It's like, whew, can stay at home, all good. And some also felt really relaxed at this whole situation. So again, right, all of the above. There was a lot of differences in how people felt, at least in our nation. And how did we take care of each other? In the whole, now it's almost 5 months, right, of COVID, since it really kind of exploded for a lot of us. How did we take care of each other? And I thought I'll go through this in 3 settings. So we'll talk about it on a national level, an international level, and a professional society level. So if I could introduce SPS to everyone. So SPS stands for the Singapore Psychological Society. We are a very young society. We're only 40 years old. And prior to this, I think we were very quiet as a society. Like, we were present and we were there, but it was a bit difficult to break into the news or get people to find out about us. So in some funny sense, COVID actually allowed us to be present and to actually be seen by by Singapore, really. So what we did was we took the chance to educate the public. So in Singapore, we have this rating system where you go from, I think, yellow to orange to red. So yellow can be considered something mild, orange is something moderate, and red is something severe. So when we went to an orange level, so a moderate level, we decided to come up with an article on what panic was about, what anxiety was about, how panic and anxiety led to hoarding behavior. Because in Singapore, we had a lot of hoarding, across the supermarkets. I've never seen the shelves empty in my life. I've never seen it. And every supermarket had long queues, right? People were buying things from oil to rice to toilet paper, which is now a joke, but at the time it wasn't a joke, right? It was really scary to see empty shelves. So we decided to come up with an article on that. And we came up with a public statement through social media, and we did it so in Singapore, we generally speak English, but we also had a Mandarin version of it. And this really helped us to put us on the map. The newspapers picked it up, and we were able to kind of broadcast some of this messaging out to help people understand, hey, pause. This is all just our anxieties getting the better of us, and the hoarding behavior was also kind of getting out of hand at that time. So that's how we first started as a society, putting ourselves out on the map. Thereafter, we came up with more articles on different aspects of how COVID could have been impacting us. So whether it was COVID and racism, right? So there was in Singapore, not as bad, but there were some individuals who felt like, the Chinese people or the people of Chinese race were the problems with this whole, I would say, the COVID-19 spread. Because of that, there was some racism seen across in other countries. So we had Singaporeans who were beaten up in London. We had some other Singaporeans who were kind of hit, I think, when they were cycling in Netherlands, right? And this was quite a serious, I guess, event that happened overseas, although in Singapore itself, it wasn't as prevalent. The racism, however, I would say happened the other way around. So for us, it was more like the migrant workers who, when they first got a blow up in this area as well, it was more evident there. So this is something that we spoke about as well and brought attention to. So you also know that in COVID situations, when everyone's stuck at home, eating habits change. Some people will have more availability to binge. Some people have less ability to do that. So there were articles that we came up on some of these things as well. Singapore Psych Society also came up with a COVID-19 mental health advisory. So this is up on our website, and this is a list of stuff, where anything to do with COVID. So it could be telehealth communication services, where you can get help from, and so on. It's all on our website as well. And we wanted to make this as open and as widespread as possible in times of need. To be fair to everyone here as well, I think before the COVID situation, if you ask me to do anything on Zoom, right, or telehealth, I'll be like, yeah, can we not, like, do we really have to? And now it's almost every day commonplace. And I guess as a society, we started to embrace the use of telecommunications as well. So we started our own Zoom sessions, which was like 45 minutes every week, just like a little bit like a talk show. Where we would talk about different things to do with COVID. So on the screen, you can see baby blessings, baby blues. It was like postnatal depression in the time of COVID, because, pregnancy doesn't stop, right? Giving birth doesn't stop. But when you're socially isolated in times where your family members cannot come to you, right? No, you can't go out. It would have been really hard for new moms. And we decided to talk about that as a bit of an important issue. We also spoke about moving on from the circuit breaker. So in Singapore, our lockdown was called a circuit breaker. And adjusting to new norms. So when people were coming out of the circuit breaker, what was it like to go back into work versus staying at home? What was it like to do partial, like 1 week on, 1 week off? And we decided to talk about some of these, more commonplace topics, but things that maybe the media won't pick up so much, but it's really important to mental health as a whole. So we had about 8 weeks of that. The main thing I felt that was really important for Singapore in particular is that I think in other countries, it was, for some other countries that we've known, mental health was considered a pretty essential part of life and part of health. But in Singapore, unfortunately, it wasn't seen in the exact same way. So they didn't say that Singapore's mental health was not important, but they didn't deem it essential enough to allow us to have face-to-face services. And that was a really difficult time. It was like maybe 1 or 2 weeks of having this messaging that was sent out, and it was an extremely crazy time. So A lot of mental health practitioners spoke up to say that they were really disappointed by the fact that we were considered non-essential. We tried really hard to push for this idea that, we needed to see clients with who are unstable or just, maybe panic driven or suicidal, because it's not healthy to do it over a Zoom kind of setting. And then we finally managed to do that amongst other allied health professionals as well. And we kind of helped to push this idea of being reclassified as an essential service to be able to provide face-to-face support. I think for me, this is one of the biggest achievements the society has provided for this particular issue. And I think what was really heartening as well is that the nation came together. So not just psychologists that stood up, but there were other service users. So some of the people who have used mental health services before also wrote into the newspapers to say that this was a really important thing for them and that this should be seen as important. So I found that this was COVID actually brought the mental health setting up to the forefront for us. We recognize as well that because of this there will be a lot of unemployment issues, there will be a lot of job loss issues. So, and the problem with Singapore is that although we have a big stigma still for accessing services, the stigma has sort of reduced over the years, but the problem now is more the idea of not being able to access it because of cost. So we set up a pro bono and reduced fee service for COVID-19 related issues, and we also extended this to the healthcare professionals. We try to keep it short, 6 sessions, and this is still running on our website. We wanted to kind of do it for a few months to test out the system, but we've kind of continued it hopefully to the end of the year. We've also provided special kind of training and talks for companies, especially for the transitions. So this is something that I think I felt, I guess, grateful for the community, because it allowed the psychology community to kind of be out there and not just behind closed doors, as what most people would feel us to be. And it gave a lot of psychologists a chance to give back to society as well. One of the other things that we decided to do was come up with a quarterly magazine. So we have this magazine called the Singapore Psychologist. I'll be happy to give you the link later. But we've come up with 3 issues so far. The first was on burnout, the second is on depression, and the last was on anxiety. And just nice, we talked about anxiety because the COVID situation was kind of uprising, and we thought that would be a really good resource to have. So this is like one of the covers of our magazine, and we also thought we have anxiety on the front line, what that was about. We talked about anxiety from culturally diverse perspectives, because Singapore is a really multiracial place, whether it's expats, whether it's Chinese, Malay, Indians, and amongst other races. We wanted everyone to understand a little bit about what anxiety was like for everyone that's different. So that came out at a COVID time. And at the end of the month, we're coming out with one on eating, which is a very big Singapore thing as well. So, if anyone's interested, happy to provide the links again. This is something that is new. So we decided that because news is so far and wide reaching, and a lot of times there was a lot of fake news that went around, we came up with this website that collated all the news that was in relation to COVID-based issues, so that people could come to a one-stop place and just search for valid information rather than getting pulled by people's opinions or conspiracy theories and so on. So that's what we did at a society level. And very quickly, just on national level, we have a safe entry platform, and some people here might know you have to scan everywhere you go. It's very troublesome, but I guess it helps Singapore mandate and to check on the updates and where we're at. But more importantly, I think on the front line, psychologists have taken dual roles. So a lot of times the psychologists were made, especially in the hospitals, to stop some of their clinics who are not so essential. And they were made to take on the roles of testers and swabbers as well. And they stood up, they did it, whatever that was required of them. These are our current numbers. So I like what Dr. Seth Cooper mentioned, that everyone talks about how many infections we've had, but nobody talks about the recovery. And I really like what he said, because it's true. When you think about recovery, we're not just people who get infected, right? We generally as humans are pretty resilient in our own ways as well. And I think psychology plays a big part in helping that recovery and that resilience, towards our future. Okay, so very quickly as I close, this is one of the national care hotlines that we have. It's not 24 hours anymore. We started in April. We're finishing, I don't know when, but currently it's still ongoing. From 8 a.m. to 12 midnight. So this is I think to me, this is one of the better hotlines that, we got psychologists, counselors, social workers, volunteers, just come on board and help to assess distress over the phone lines. It's been very well used. It's still quite well used, but not as much as, April times. At the international level, I recognize some familiar faces, and some of the speakers here are also part of this alliance. So I'm very glad that SPS has joined hands with around 60 different organizations to support for psychological importance during these uncertain times. So far, we've come up with 2 main articles, right? One on violence in the home and one on what psychology and psychologists offer. And this is a global kind of effort. So I'm proud of the society to kind of be a part of this as well. Yeah, so I just wanted to close off and kind of just end off with like, when will COVID end, right? I think that's a question that we all have in our head. But beyond that, I think psychology definitely has a big part and place to play, regardless of where we're at as a profession. Even for us, though we're not particularly regulated just yet, I think we still have a role. And hopefully with our importance in our role, the governments will then take on the importance of this profession and then push it further to the view and the idea that what Prof. Seth Cooper mentioned earlier as well. So thank you. That's all I really have today.
Julie, thank you very much indeed. SPS has obviously been working extraordinarily hard throughout the whole period of this pandemic. So it's a very impressive array of things that you've done. A couple of questions have come in for you, but maybe I'll go back to the earlier one for your one question. Do you have a view on why racism has increased during the pandemic situation? Is that something that you would feel you could comment on?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I guess there's a lot of media representations as well. So, when big key players or big leaders speak of the virus in terms of race, it kind of increases the idea that it's because of a certain race that therefore this virus is present. When key leaders also speak maybe about where this virus kind of stems from and focuses on the country, that also leads down to the nationality. So even though people talk about it from, like, say, Wuhan, and they call it the Wuhan virus, for example, they don't just stop at just China, right? They stop at Chinese, and Chinese is just like spread out, across the Southeast Asia or even Asian areas as well. So I think that's what happens when it comes to the racism piece. Within Singapore itself, I would say that there was, like I mentioned earlier, there was a little bit of that racism that we saw with the migrant workers in our country, unfortunately. Because the numbers really exploded in the dormitories with which they were staying at. So a lot of people started to, reject maybe going near these areas, or even rejecting some of the help that they provided, which is a really sad scene for us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, now back to Anna to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Cherry Chan. So there are quite a number of questions for you in the chat, so you may wish to answer them in your time after the presentation. And now I would like to pass the word to Tom Van Dale, the chair of FBA project group on eHealth, to share the research results and overall vision. Dear Tom, please switch on your presentation if you have one.
All right, thank you very much, Anna. Let me quickly get this started. Okay, you should be able to see me now as well, I guess.
Yes, that's
all right. So a good morning still, I guess, to all of you. So today, first and foremost, I'm very happy to be here, obviously. But let me now get started right away with some brief introduction and background, actually, on a survey we conducted at the very start, actually, of the pandemic, which primarily focuses on online consultations. So what we actually have seen is that online consultations are just one particular part of technology. And throughout actually the years, technology hasn't been adopted that often or frequently within mental health care. Fairly limited adoption in clinical practice. But the emergence of the pandemic and the restrictions that were also part on daily life, but also on therapy, proved to, well, hold some opportunities for e-mental health adoption. And it actually has already been referred to as a black swan, which is a potential turning point for that use of technology in mental health care, as a wide range of psychologists and obviously also other mental health care workers have the opportunity for a first experience with that use of technology. So we are very interested to explore to what extent and how it was used, and we actually set up a survey. It was distributed and promoted strongly by EFPA, but also picked up by individual psychologists across the world, also individual associations from across the world who helped us to well obtain as many responses as possible, basically, which resulted in close to 8,000 participants spread across 73 different countries. So it's quite substantive. Obviously not distributed equally. Some countries are overrepresented, some are underrepresented at the moment. So what I want to present to you today is a very rough first analysis of what we found in the data, focusing on three main questions. Do they or don't they use online consultations, those mental health care workers? What is their overall experience? And does the fact that they belong to a specific type of organization have an influence on that adoption? So it's, I guess, somewhat different than a lot of the other talks that focus on what psychology can mean for society and how society responds from a psychological point of view to this pandemic. But this really focuses on how we as mental health care practitioners tried to address these needs and try to overcome limitations using technology. So as I said before the outbreak at the global level, some therapists indicated to have experienced close to 4 out of 10, which is not that bad. But we really had a very broad definition, meaning that if you ever had one Skype session with a client, you would be eligible to say you have had previous experience. Now that fairly low 38% well doubled, and even more so during the outbreak, as 77% used telephonic consultations and even up to 84% went online. That's a huge number that also to some extent reflects the limited amount of prior training that these clinicians actually had. Only less than 10%, less than 1 in 10 actually had some sort of former training on how to use that technology as a part of clinical practice. Now, when looking at those who actually relied on that technology, most of them argued that they did so given the necessity from a public health perspective. So meaning that they really didn't see another way to safely and effectively meet up with their clients and provide them with therapy. And do keep in mind, this is like somewhere in March, when there was still a lot of unclarity as to how the virus transmits and what are safe conditions to operate or not. So most of them actually went to the online environment as they considered it the most safe option at the time. And they also did that primarily because they knew, and I'm going to duck somewhat, it's 63% of the participants actually also said that they wanted to be available for those who, would not be able to make their way to them because, for example, of lockdown measures from governments, but also because of reluctance, for example, for patients who also have physical symptoms or issues, out of fear of their physical safety, that they would rather stay at home. Obviously, not everybody relied on online technologies. Some also did not and had their reasons. Most frequently mentioned are a lack of effectiveness of this means of communication, the absence of client interest, meaning that some clients weren't interested at all, and a lack of proper hard and or software. So looking at the psychologists making their way online, are there any very clear-cut differences between those who make their way to online consultations and those who do not? Keep in mind it's a very large sample, so even very small differences are considered significant, so you have to be fairly cautious with interpretation. But we actually saw slightly more years of professional experience, and slightly older psychotherapists and clinicians were the ones making their way online, but no difference in gender. And this is an interesting thing to note, as from time to time the idea is, or is suggested, that technology is something from the new generation or from young people, but definitely on the professional side, that's not necessarily true. So we actually see that being older increased the odds of going online. And also our sample was actually quite experienced. On average, they had, I think, actually just a dozen years of experience, 14 years of experience, but with a large standard deviation. So we had a very broad sample of well, the general mental health care practitioners population participating. So an important aspect that's perhaps important to note of these type of online consultations is telepresence. It's basically the feeling of being shared in the same environment, which you obviously are not when you're doing this online. Well, to what extent are you able to feel that presence? We actually see that if you had previous experience with these type of online consultations, the therapist felt more present, and actually also found it a more general positive overall experience. That's perhaps not surprising, as the more you get acquainted with the technology, the better you're probably able to tailor it to your needs. But also interesting to note is that also the overall experience was quite positive as well. There was close to a 4 on a 1 to 5 rating scale, with only 6% reporting that their experience was actually highly negative or even somewhat negative. And do keep in mind, this is like at the very start of the pandemic, when both clients and therapists were, well, had to quickly relocate and set up, for example, practice in their homes, still trying to find their way on how to use technology, having first-hand experiences only then, for example, with Zoom, but still overall somewhat favorable. And well, it was for, and also can confirm this from from my own vicinity, from practitioners saying that it was actually a fairly better experience than they feared that it would actually be. So also important to note is, like, are there any organizational characteristics that might predict the uptake? And it's actually fairly straightforward. So we made it fairly, well, some arbitrary categories: self-employed, as a part of a group practice, as a part of a healthcare organization, or as a part of a mental health care organization. And the numbers in black are actually the percentage of practitioners going online. And what you actually see is that self-employed mental health care practitioners made their way online easier, especially compared to the ones being a part of larger organizations, which is also obviously due to the fact that the organizations are slightly perhaps less flexible, or had to find a more, well, for example, safe means of communication prior to implementing that. So in the short term, it were actually mainly the self-employed practitioners that made their way online, although I can only assume that in recent months, also the bigger organizations made that shift as well. So preliminary conclusions, it was actually, it's very clear-cut, a massive and rapid shift towards the online environment. We only find very slight differences between online and offline practitioners, which in my opinion is a good thing, because it means that it's not necessarily limited to one particular type of professional to do these kind of things. The overall experience does seem to be quite all right. And smaller settings might be more easy to reorient their means of delivering services compared to the bigger ones. Obviously, the million-dollar question is, how will this evolve over time? Will this imply a extremely long-term and definitive uptake of technology in mental health care? That wasn't a part of this particular survey, but what we do tend to see at the moment now is that if possible, things do go back to normal, meaning that face-to-face is still the preferred way of doing one-on-one counseling or psychotherapy or any means of treatment. But there does seem to be some remains lingering around of these first online contacts with therapists more pragmatically, and when it best suits them, still opting for online contacts. And we also know that in case of any second or third waves, as we have here in Belgium, by the way, at the moment, which restrict the possibilities, for example, for physical contact, that they'll probably more easily make this transition to an online environment. So in the near future, we'll delve into that data even more, also looking at country-specific differences, because these are highly likely to be there as well. And with that, I like to wrap up, and thank you very much. If you have any additional questions, you can always reach out to me right here, right now, or later on in the near future. And I'll also like to point your attention towards ehealth.efpa.eu, which is the website of the project group on eHealth, which is a part of the European Federation of Psychologists Associations, and has been focusing on this topic, also on COVID-19 related stuff over the past few months quite intensively. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. Very inspiring. And thank you for busting the stereotypes as well about who's prepared to go online and who isn't. I think that's important learning for us all. I can't see any questions for you yet, but I would have just one, if you can perhaps sort of put it in a little nutshell for us, which is, what do you think psychology associations or regional associations like EFPA ought to be doing to support the psychologists who are not yet ready to go online? And looking at your data about public versus private sector, do we need to be lobbying national health services and national and regional provision in order to put the facilities for online in place, do you think?
I think that actually we've seen, no, I think it's important to emphasize the fact that this was like the early days, so March, April. And in terms of more of infrastructure and support from within organizations, and this is rather anecdotal, so I don't have the data to back it up, but I'm fairly certain that the organizations already catched up, and we do see that, and this is actually, I'm very happy with that overall evolution, is that both national governments, but also the different software providers, for example, have really taken a leap and accelerated both legislation and services for psychologists and psychotherapists to use. So I think that actually the situation is currently already far more favorable than it was like 6 months ago or so. And a lot of the initial hesitance that, for example, was linked to, well, not knowing whether your organization would provide you with any additional support, or not having the sufficient software, or not knowing the stance of your government on online contacts and like even legal matters, that this is quickly being addressed across the world, and actually also a lot by looking at how or countries that were already on the forefront of this type of technologies, like the US or Australia, or like also the Netherlands, for example, have well provided them, I guess, some inspiration on how to use these models and these contexts to provide more adequate services. So I think that it's no immediate action on that part really has to be taken at this point. And perhaps even more importantly, also that we also do know that it won't really be necessary, or it's perhaps not something that you want to do, is to force therapists to go online, because we know that if you're not into it for 100%, then indeed it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that dreaded online contact will indeed be of poor quality. So it's a matter, I think, of informing our colleagues and pointing out perhaps some common misconceptions, for example, on whether or not you can indeed have meaningful therapy in this environment, rather than focusing on legislation or infrastructure.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No
there's a question for you online, I noticed, about digital devices. So if you wouldn't mind just doing that on the chat, then that would be lovely. And so back to Anna for the next speaker. Thank you, Tom.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tom. So now we are moving to that changes in our program. So I will just remind you that there will be Alexander Khostov and Elena Raskazova now, then Lisiane Bizarro, and then Ala Shaboltas. So basically just two presentations switch places. Thank you so much to Professor Shaboltas for accommodating. And yeah, I'm passing the word to Alexander Khostov and Elena Raskazova. Please share your presentation if you have any.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Could you see my presentations?
Yes, everything is okay.
Thank you very much. That's a great honor for me and for Alexander Khostov to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this. This is first part of the study, because we have second two-wave study, and second wave is ongoing now. But here we are going to present some results from the first part about personal beliefs, especially radical beliefs about COVID and the role of infodemic. Sorry. First of all, I think that during this difficult, I think for any people, time of pandemic, there is really widespread of radical, sometimes impulsive, both beliefs and behaviors, offline and online, that we could mention. And it vary from anxiety and panic and self-isolation in very radical forms that is really unnecessary, with fears to be infected by mobile phone, etc., to beliefs that COVID was created by a laboratory, just doesn't exist, something like conspiracy theories. So we could see all these things around us that really could show us that might be that there is that epidemic is not as much problem as infodemic that we really should fight. Now, in this study, the major questions for us were what is the structure of such beliefs, especially radical beliefs about coronavirus, and do they matter? I mean, are they associated with some COVID-related results like anxiety, behavior, etc.? Are they related to different beliefs, general beliefs about illness and treatment? Because it could be that they are related just to relationship, to locus of control of illness and locus of control of treatment and self-efficacy that people have regarding different illnesses in their lives. And finally, are these radical beliefs related to magical thinking? Because in terms of, in the case of conspiracy theories, it's really like that. And probably there are some risky groups who are vulnerable, people who are now vulnerable to this information infodemic just because of their own magic thinking. The basis for us, as a basis, we have chosen the theory of self-regulation of health and illness. And so we tried to divide beliefs about reasons, identity, consequences, not of illness itself, but of pandemic, so in according to people's minds. We could not, in this study, we didn't include timeline and treatment because I would demonstrate you, because our study was done in April and there were not so many information about timeline and treatment online to include in our scales. Okay, as about methods, our study included 400 adults who were not infected. They live in Moscow and Moscow region. And the study, they filled our questionnaires online during the period after 3 or 4 weeks after beginning of self-isolation regime in these regions. We ask them different questions about pandemic that we took from online sources or open online sources, and that we took from qualitative interviews with people about what kind of messages about pandemic are interesting, important for them, and what kind of messages during this period, during previous period they remember. Also, they filled illness and treatment locus of control scale and treatment self-efficacy scale and medical ideation scale, and a number of scales, screening scales about anxiety, protective behavior, and monitoring of information about coronavirus that were validated in previous studies regarding pandemic. So already in the situation of pandemic, but in previous study. What we found, factor analysis support a clear 3-factor structure that is really in line with self-regulation theory of health and illness. And all of these scales are not of excellent reliability, and we are working on them, but it's maybe acceptable. First scale is negligence as a cause, so the major theme in this for this group of beliefs is negligence. I have on my slide, I have example items. The second group includes beliefs about coronavirus and whether it exists at all, and if it exists, is it really coronavirus or weapon or some conspiracy theory, etc. So it is special particular meaning, and this is a major theme in these kind of beliefs. The third group includes catastrophization about consequences, like pandemic will lead to the beginning of hunger or loss of job or crisis, economical crisis in my country, etc. And probably you could see that although all these groups of beliefs are rather radical, and if we are trying to test them realistically, for instance, using CBT, you could see that there are almost no proofs for any of them. But for people who replied using 1 to 5 like a point scales, their answers, average answers, were in the medium of the scale. So people were pretty sure that it could be. And there were no gender differences and no age differences in their answers. The next questions, does it matter or not? So is it important or not to look for these groups of beliefs in people? What we found, if a person believes that COVID was developed due to negligence, people's negligence, it is related to higher anxiety about, a bit higher anxiety about infections. There are very low coefficients, and a bit better adherence to self-isolation recommendations. But if the more person believes that there is some particular meaning of COVID, the lower anxiety about infection and the poorer adherence to self-isolation regime. And actually, we hypothesize and we could suggest that this group of belief could be defensive, helping people to feel less anxiety because they feel more safe, but at the price of poor adherence to regime. Catastrophization is related to higher anxiety, especially anxiety about negative consequences, and especially to dysfunctional anxiety. I mean that these are complaints to anxiety when people said that this level of anxiety really disturb their activity. usual activities. Finally, what could be explanations of these beliefs, and what could be risky groups where we should try to find possible vulnerability to these beliefs or possible psychological mechanisms of these beliefs. So what we found, people who believe that the reasons of COVID were in negligence, they more frequently attribute illnesses to themselves, so they feel personal responsibility for different illnesses if they become ill, but attribute effectiveness, efficacy of treatment to others around them. They probably feel more vulnerable, and that's why on the previous slide I showed that they have a bit higher anxiety level, because they feel that they could be more safe than other negligent people if they would defend themselves by self-isolation. But in the case, if they ill, their efficacy of their treatment would depend on others, and these other people could be negligent. Particular meaning of COVID is related to a high level of magical thinking, as we suggested, and to a high level of intrinsic locus of control of illness. And catastrophization is highly related to monitoring of information about coronavirus and to vice versa pattern of locus of control. So these people more frequently suggest or more frequently believe that illness, that other people or other events are responsible for their illnesses. But if they ill, they are responsible for their treatment and for the efficacy of their treatment. So this pattern actually could demonstrate that we suggest that this is some people with such beliefs are the most risky group in terms of anxiety and in terms of health-related complaints, because they feel powerless in the situation where they cannot control cannot control illness, they cannot defend themselves, they don't feel that they can defend themselves. And if they monitor, due to this high level of anxiety, the more they monitor the information about coronavirus, the higher this catastrophization level they have. Okay, I have some conclusions, but actually they are just summary in the text of all the things that I have already said. And I wish you to wish you and your clients together to test and to control all these beliefs, because it probably, and we highly suggest that these radical beliefs in these times could be the reason of difficulties and complaints that people have around us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Lena. That was really very interesting. Some very, very helpful research there, and some insights maybe into what particularly authorities ought to be thinking about in terms of when they put mechanisms and requirements in place. Do you have a sense of what psychologists ought to be doing to make sure that we all understand this, and in terms of influencing health and public authorities, some key simple messages we ought to be passing on?
For practice, I think that now we have lots of methods and very good level of awareness from CBT Society, cognitive behavioral therapists, in terms of catastrophization. But what could be done better is just finding these people from risky groups. So identification of this risky group with high catastrophization, just to monitor, to help them to prevent problems before they really are there. But about the other two groups that I showed you, this group with negligence and this group of particular meaning, I think that they are underestimated. And these kind of beliefs should be studied, and we should probably work with some of these people, because the second group is people who are non-adherent. So these are people who are under risky behavior and they think that there is no risk. And better identification and probably some work with them could be very helpful in this situation. I think so.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Lots of food for thought there. So back to Anna for our next speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we are moving to our colleague from Brazil, Lisiane Pizarro, for a presentation regarding situation in that side of the world, which is really far from Russia. So, Lisiane.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Hello.
you so much. Hello. Thank you so much. Let me share the screen. Can you see that?
Yes, just the presentation mode, and that would be
very good.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Oops, I'm spoiling the. Yeah. So thank you so much for the invitation. That's the long title of my presentation, is the maintenance and improvement for psychological well-being framed within the Brazilian context and the role of scientific societies. So this is our picture today. We have 4,330,000 confirmed cases and 131,000 deaths. And this is among the highest rates in the world. We are among United States and India so far. We have a high recovery rate, though, as Sats was mentioning, but this has been a matter of positive focus from the federal government anyway. So this doesn't really help to put the picture of the Brazilian context at all. So we have advantages and disadvantages of being in Brazil during the COVID-19. And the advantages is that our constitution that was after the military coup or the military dictatorship stated that we should have a Brazilian unified health system that nowadays is one of the largest and more complex in the world. We have near 300 million people in Brazil, and our health system is free and it covers 70% of the population, and it's divided between the country, the state, and the cities. So it doesn't matter the central government, the way of functioning of this health system keeps more or less the same. And including in this health system, we have mental health and also telemedicine, but it's restricted to the medical doctors so far, and perhaps some nurses. Universal education was in this constitution too, and it is nowadays universal for 6 years old, a little bit less from the younger children, and 72% are provided by public schools. And this gives us an idea of the impact of COVID, because public schools are underfunded as our health system. So we have limitations on the access to the internet and also computers all over the country. And also in the constitution was the rights of indigenous peoples that account for nearly 1 million people in Brazil, and they are among the highest risk for the COVID-19 impact, because the inequalities among our citizens are very high, and the indigenous peoples are not different, and they are perhaps in the bottom of the priorities. And one of the advantages is that the country is very resourceful, but it does not mean that it's well distributed. So The disadvantages are we have underfunding of the health and education system, and this is chronic, and it became a little bit worse in the last 5 years. And we have strong regional differences in Brazil. Most of Brazilian population is in the East Coast. And in the central Brazil and in the north of Brazil, we have less population, and so a difference in economy and how we can take care of the Amazon and Pantanal, for instance. They are the areas that are suffering the most regarding the environment. So we have income inequality. Oxfam says that we would take 30 to 35 years to reach the equity that Argentina and Uruguay, our neighbors in South America, have. And it would take us about 75 years to reach the UK equity standards. So federal, state, and cities are not unified against the COVID-19. So the federal government has an ambiguous policy, and each state, each of the 26 states in Brazil and each of the hundreds of thousands of cities, they can adopt different policies regarding education and health. They are the key aspects of the pandemic so far. Internet is not universal in Brazil. We have a high cover for mobile phones. However, if you can imagine that one family has 1 or 2 mobile phones and access to Wi-Fi or internet, but this is very different from having a computer for your children to attend school online. And this is really a crisis. And also to reach your rights, for instance, the basic income that has been provided for people during the COVID, and having access to documents and also bank. So this is a critical issue. So we know from research in psychology that political opinions influence health behavior. So those who are in favor of this conspiracy theories or let's say ineffective treatments that sometimes are voiced by the federal government especially, or the inconsistencies in the Ministry of Health policies. So if people go along with the political opinions, they can have a different adherence to health behaviors. And also we have a dichotomy between economy, how to save the jobs and the economy, and how to save lives. And this is a difficult situation for especially for those who have to keep working during the crisis and cannot afford to stop. So regarding psychology, the advantages in Brazil, we have a federal conselho. It's the regulation of psychology, the psychology as a profession in Brazil. And it has a strong unified power in Brazil. So they license psychologists. So we have 350,000 registered psychologists in Brazil. It's a high number of psychologists, and they are mostly employed in public health and education. And we have also a scientific production in psychology in Brazil, very strong. We are comparable to other areas of science in Brazil. We are the 13th country in scientific production in psychology and as in general. We have lots of open access journals in Portuguese, and we have psychology graduate courses. 80% of the graduate courses in general and in psychology are in public universities. And we have online therapy regulation that was very, very restricted before the COVID, but with the pandemic, the Conselho Federal de Psicologia loosened it a bit, the regulation, and they reached, I think, 40,000 registration in the first month after they opened the possibility to increase the number of sessions online. So the disadvantages are we have low continuing education in psychology, and in general in our population, those who graduate, who finish the undergraduate course, only less than 1% goes to master's degrees and only 0.2 to PhDs, and this is not different in psychology. And we have a theory-based education, so people tend to choose a school of thoughts, and then they go all their careers on that way. And this is the old school, let's say, in psychology. And this has been very difficult to change because the old curriculum was like that. So most of the psychologists were trained in this way. The social representation of psychology among our society is not too bad. People believe that psychologists are people who help people. However, they don't understand how we do that and what do we study to help people. So psychologists have low access to scientific information. They were not trained to do that. They were not trained to look for the open access journals that I was mentioning here. And we also lack advocacy on science in general. It's very weak, and we are in the beginning of this process. And in psychology, this is not really the case. So what is the role of scientific societies? We have a widespread and transversal presence, meaning that we are in every state in the country, in many universities, probably in all universities. We have some association with a scientific society. At least one lecture would be linked to a scientific society. We have the Brazilian Society for Psychology, which I represent in this talk. We have 50 years, we celebrate this year. And we have another 20 associations of psychology in Brazil from different fields of psychology, like work, education, development, environmental, social, counseling, clinical, health, and so on. And the universities that are those who most participate in scientific societies, they provide service to society. Especially public universities, they have like psychological clinics, and they have service and research that is linked to interventions and so on. So university and scientific societies are a treasure in our psychological field. So what did the Brazilian Society did? I coordinate this workforce that was established in 22nd of March. And this is less than a month after the first case of COVID. And we put together specialists from different fields, most from universities, but also representatives of the private sector. And we decided to focus on psychologists and how they could be oriented to proper treatment instead of sticking with their old theories or their usual way of doing that. So we were very had a pleasant surprise that in April, the visualization was 96,000 visualizations, and then in the following months, these guidelines were assessed by other thousands, more than 100,000 people visualized this initiative, and they enter the site and visit our documents quite often. So we focus on how psychologists could act in most of the now classical COVID-19 interventions. So like from sleep disorders to trauma and stigmatization and first aid to health professionals and so on, and also support for parents of children. So we focus in a very straightforward, short documents that provide a context, that try to induce psychologists to analyze the context where they are and to know the key concepts to deal with that situation. And then we provide choices of action if you are in an institution, or if you are seeing a single person, or if you're seeing a family, or if you are seeing a health professional, and which are the choices that you would have, for instance, for trauma in a specific context, and how can you provide a continued care for this situation that is pictured. So the impact, we had more than 70,000 access to this page up to June, and more than 10,000 registered visits to the page. So they answer a questionnaire for us, and 70% of them were professionals. So this task force, we start with a scientific paper with BRICS countries, that most of our colleagues from BRICS are here. And we also made a consultancy to a Ministry of Health teletherapy for health professionals that was done by psychiatrists. As I said to you, telemedicine is within the public service. So the Ministry of Health at that time in March, and it changed twice, and now it's run by a general, so a military general, not a medical doctor or a health professional at all. And at that time, they provide some funding for a therapy for health professionals, and we provide consultancy to this psychiatry group, and also to the Pan American Health Organization to develop a teletherapy for general population. We participate in Global Psychology Alliance and Conselho Federal de Psicologia, another national institution, made this hub of information that joins some people from the cities and the states in the public health service. Conselho, also Fiocruz, which is a health research institution from the Ministry of Health, and they are in the public health. They provide training for psychologists on COVID and during the disasters as well. And so our logo is here with all of them. So we join this effort in providing this hub for information. So about the maintenance and improvement for psychological well-being, this message is for other countries that are facing these challenges and perhaps don't know where to start with. So you must basically act, you can start little, talk to your public. And in the case of scientific societies, we understand that the public are the psychologists. They need most of our help. So do what you can, and you don't have to do everything, but start from somewhere, and always work in a team of experts. So we join the expertise, and then you can provide better than working alone. Serve the changing scenario, because the scenario is not, I heard a lot about waves. And Brazil is not in a wave, it's in a tsunami. We don't know in which stage we are, probably in the first stage, still a sustained first stage of pandemics. And we behave as if we were in the second or third, but in fact, we are in the middle of the crisis for a long time. And connect to different players so you can have a better picture of the whole. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lysiane. Some very useful pointers there, and particularly making sure that in terms of what we do as psychologists, we're constantly thinking about and analysing the situation that we're actually in rather than the one that we think we're in. So thank you for that. I can't see any questions for you yet, but I'm sure they'll come in the chat and maybe you can answer them later. But I just wondered, the scale of what you've done is huge. Have you had any feedback on how people have found it? And obviously the reach is enormous, but have you had feedback either from government or from users about, you know, how useful it's been to them, let me say?
We haven't had any news from the government at all since the beginning. It's very hard. We had, I think, one meeting. Our president, the president of the Brazilian Society, had one meeting with the federal government, and then since then the politics have changed in such a fast way. But we can tell from the psychologists that this material that we provide have been used to train. We have a specialty that is hospital psychology. That is, we have psychologists in hospitals in the whole country. So this material was very useful for training teams and providing some reading material that was fast and easily employed. So this was a strong feedback we had from other scientific societies as well. I think we inspired some of them on doing something in their specific areas, and this was a very strong empowerment, you know, for the Brazilian society. For instance, small societies in specific areas, let's say for school or for education or for work. So they also start providing materials focusing on how psychologists could act. So it was very good.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And now back to Anna for our next speaker.
Yes, thank you so much, Lysiane, for joining us at such a different time for Brazil. I believe it's quite early morning where you are.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's 7 o'clock, 7 a.m. now.
Yeah, okay. So thanks so much again for a wonderful presentation. And now I would like to pass the word to Alla Vadimovna Shaboltas, who's kindly agreed for the program accommodation. And Alla Vadimovna, would you kindly switch on your presentation if you have any?
Yes, I'm trying. Do you see it?
No, not yet.
Okay, wait a second. And now?
Nope.
No?
No.
Okay.
Just, yeah, just a green button there, share screen. So let's try that.
Or maybe it's, it needs some time.
It's, oh, yeah, it's launching.
Now it's okay?
No, not yet.
Okay, wait a second.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, we can see a mailbox. Sorry.
Mailbox?
Oh yeah, now there is a slide. There are slides.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
First of all, I would like to thank organizers and our conference for inviting me for this session. I'm really glad, dear friends and colleagues, to be with you, maybe in such challenging environment, because I really miss physical contact and eyes and feelings, but I guess that it is a wonderful opportunity, and thanks to organizers for putting us together and giving us opportunity to share our very actual experience. From my side, I would like to share some of our experience on benefits and challenges in online psychological health, which is very related to COVID epidemic now. And of course, being a chief of ethical board of Russian Psychological Association and representing Russian FPA Board of Ethics, in my talk I will focus not only on professional issues but also ethical issues, which I think very important to consider. First of all, we should speak about benefits, and definitely a real world which is so internet focused and so social networks focused provides us with wonderful opportunity to reach very fast a lot of people and to provide access to many people through online resources. This slide consists some data on the huge amount of people who use internet or social networks on an everyday basis, including senior people. Definitely, it demonstrates that now we have great another big resources for our professional work and providing help, especially for regions which are very far from big cities and don't have good psychological services providers. Speaking about benefits, more in professional sense, we could point several issues. First of all, easy access to online help. No any psychological or structural barriers, which sometimes, for example, in Russia, could be barriers for getting psychological help. High level, extremely high level of anonymity, which is also means safety, more opportunity for self-openness, appropriate context in terms of crisis help, and so on. Another benefit is more time, in many cases, for thinking, for getting more information, for the therapist, for example, in terms of understanding the case, especially if there are so-called online but not real communication when we see psychological help in charts or mailing system, when therapists or counselors could have more time to think about the case. Another benefit, opportunity to automatically get records of the charts and mails. It's very good for analysis in the future. Of course, some people say that there are more physical comforts for counsel and client to be online in terms of maybe physical environment. But it depends. For me, for example, it is more the barrier. When I'm at home, you know, I need some environment for work. And the last one is opportunity to use additional technical resources for recording, for providing some materials, and so on. Searching, monitoring, maybe some internet activities of the client to see what he's doing or what she's doing, if it is approved. Another side, challenges, or maybe negatives or risks. Of course, lack of nonverbal information. Of course, unfortunately, a risk for breaking the confidentiality. Even if we have some levels of security, technical security, sometimes people are facing with the cases when the data or the content of the charts or online counseling could be kind of spreaded, and it is a big issue. Big issue is risks for the lying or wrong presentation of the identity. especially during complete anonymous communication through the chats, when we don't see any person, we just see her or his case, which could be absolutely artificial. A lot of risk for non-professional use, because unfortunately still in Russia, much more people could be named by themselves as psychologists than we have real professionals. In internet, some clients don't even ask counselors about the background, education, or professional experience. So there are some cases of abuse and humiliation. As also there is a challenge for many therapists who completely work in online system, that they experience isolation and specific need to have special skills to work in this isolated environment. And the last one, but not the least, is the problems in therapist advertising and promotion issues. What do I mean? I mean that there are cases when people try to advertise and promote their services through the internet, breaking a lot of ethical issues, including respect, honesty, competence, and so on. And I will provide you two examples. One is the Russian real case example of the bad advertising, and as opposite example of advertising one of American therapists on site. What we could see, unfortunately it's in Russian, but still you will get the sense of the problems. A little bit later I will show you the example. Maybe before I need to say that generally we don't think that these ethical violations in internet are nationally related. We could see some American data that more than 50% of students of medical schools published non-professional content on internet, including very strange pictures or stories. Almost 100 PhD students of psychology programs at least once have been searching in internet to get information on their clients, despite of their professional attitudes that this behavior is inappropriate, without getting informed consent. In Russia, we also experience cases when psychologists lie in internet or falsificate some information about their background or experience, could write in their chats or personal blogs which are available for the public, non-professional estimates and suggestions, especially about stigmatized populations or some specific cases. There are cases of breaking clients' confidentiality, breaking professional boundaries, which I mentioned before, searching through internet on their clients without informed consent, and inappropriate professional advertisements. And these are the case, the bad case. A Russian case of one young man, we negotiated with him, and now this advertising doesn't exist. But you could see a lot of pages, a lot of problems which could be resolved, almost 20 areas of the expertise. He is 23 years old. Real photos of the clients and the cases, and so on. And this is the good example of typical professional advertising from one American state. Only one page, very specific, very professional, no marketing games. The summary is that there are a lot of cases of professional difficulties and violations of ethics in internet. And we need specific professional regulations for doing our job on internet. Maybe not only general principles, but very specific in terms of specific parts of work, including advertising, chatting, and so on. Good news that there are already available several very good examples of the guidelines for psychologists on internet and mass media, including guidelines for psychologists who contribute to the media developed by European Federation of Psychological Associations, another resource working in internet, American Psychological Association resources, which could be used. These are our FPA page of ethical board and some guidelines presented here. You could see them. American Psychological Association site with also the specific guidelines. A Russian Psychological Association site, which also has the page on ethics and ethical boards and some materials translated from international resources. We definitely, at the end of my talk, I would like maybe to present several already well-developed rules for dealing with ethical issues in internet communication. No, first of all, I already was saying a lot about it. Very good professional advertising. We need to develop for ourselves very clear understanding that because of our profession, we could not act absolutely free in a public as maybe representatives of other professions, because we have a very high level of personal and professional responsibility. Maybe it is sad, especially for our young generations of psychologists, because it is so normal and to be in internet, to live, to chat, to publish a lot of things. But we should understand that not only we by ourselves searching in internet, also our clients and potential clients could search our pages, our contents, our stories. And from this point of view, we should, first of all, have a very strong understanding that professional sites and personal sites and media should be divided. Maybe we even could not allow to ourselves to have a lot of public activity from our personal side, because it is very hard to avoid estimations or some wrong interpretation, a lot of subjectivity. The second rule, to be very accurate in privacy settings. What kind of personal information could be seen by clients? Again, about us, how it could be found. The awareness of potential appearance of dual relationships with the clients due to activity in social and professional networks. What I mean many cases from our ethical board discussions and supervision when counselors, especially young counselors who were born in internet era, they, especially at the very beginning, they allow their clients to be their friends in the social networks or be a part of their chatting. And in some cases, they see that it's a problem. The next issue is the necessity to discuss with the client our personal privacy in internet, and also the issue of searching personal information about the client in internet. We could not do it without informed consent, first of all, but also we should understand and decide and think about the issue. Do we really need some additional information from the internet for the professional issue, or we just want to know more about the client? I would say we should avoid discussions on professional cases on internet despite of social networks privacy settings, because even in this year we have several cases when for some reasons discussion on professional cases in professional charts were suddenly available for the public, and it was a problem. And of course we should think more and maybe have some education on technical issues, how to keep safety. Additionally, to my talk about this issue of searching on internet, because this is so easy to start to search about the client. First of all, let's ask to ourselves the questions. What was the need for the internet search on my client? Would this data be beneficial for the process? Should I receive informed consent? Of course. Should I share the results? Yeah, we should talk in this case with the client. Should I document? Of course. And how do I monitor my motives and consider risks and benefits of the internet search on my clients? Thank you for your attention, and I hope that we will be not only safe and happy in internet era, but also will be very beneficial from the professional side to have this opportunity. Thank you very much.
That was a very important and absolutely fantastic presentation, and lots of food for thought there in terms of how people tackle use of online service delivery. I just wondered, do you think that this has become more risky since the COVID-19 pandemic? Is this a particular, is the risks of this going to be greater, or do you think that actually, on the other hand, the fact that people are going to be using online service delivery and things like that more is going to mean that people have a much greater mindset around controls and risk management and appropriateness and security and so forth?
I'm not sure that I was able to hear everything, but if I understood correctly, and we now think about specific COVID situation, I guess that COVID pandemic as a very serious crisis situation could increase the level of the needs for psychological help from the clients generally. And also I think that because COVID epidemics and vaccine issues are so new and controversial in many cases, it could be the challenge for us to know more about medical and biological issues, which could be very important to touch during the psychological counseling and therapy. So yes, I guess that this pandemic brings us in a challenging situation. We should think not only about psychological issues, but also about medical and so on.
Yeah, and I think what you remind us, Ella, is to have the ethical issues at the forefront of our minds. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
No doubt some dilemmas will occur to people, and they may appear on the chat for you to respond to. So so back to Anna now for the next part of the program.
Yes, thank you so much, Alla Vadimova. Thanks for the really interesting talk. And now I would like to pass the word to Ivan Voronin and his colleagues. So, yeah, please share the presentation if you have any.
Here it is. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, everything is okay.
Great. Dear colleagues, I'm very honored to present the results of our recent study on coping responses during COVID-19 pandemic in 3 countries, Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Peru. Basically, the stress of COVID-19 triggered a variety of coping responses. What we understand as coping is cognitive and behavioral efforts that aim to resolve, manage, or tolerate stress. It doesn't necessarily aim to remove the source of the stress, but to manage the psychological consequences of it. And we adopt a transactional approach to coping, which regards it as a dynamic interaction between individual and their environment, guided by cognitive appraisal of stressful situation. And in this frame, each coping strategy is described in terms of coping behavior. For example, acceptance coping is when we try to get used to a stressful situation or to learn to live with it. Another example, when we turn to work to get distracted from the stress, it means coping by mental disengagement. Popular classifications of coping distinguish over a dozen of coping strategies. And they can be aggregated into 4 broad dimensions. Problem-focused coping is directly managing the source of stress. Emotion-focused coping is trying to regulate emotions that arise from stressful events. Avoidant coping is trying to get distracted or denying the source of stress and its consequences. And socially supported coping is seeking for advice or help from others. When we look at which coping tools people use to overcome stress, we can see that there is a huge variability in coping responses. And to some extent, they can be accounted for cross-cultural differences. For example, in terms of the frequency of use of different coping strategies, it was shown the difference in such responses like substance use or self-destruction and religious coping. For example, this study in the US showed that Mexican citizens of the US are less likely to engage in substance use or self-destruction, but more likely to resort to denial or religious coping when compared to Mexican American and non-Hispanic American citizens of the US. In terms of broad dimensions of coping, there are a lot of studies of factor structure of coping in different countries, and they show slightly different factor structure in different countries. The number of factors can differ, and also the exact behavioral content of the factors also differ from study to study. So our goal was to compare the frequency and the general dimensions of coping in 3 different countries, namely Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Peru. These countries differ a lot in terms of their population, in terms of their socioeconomic conditions. Also, they have different prevailing religions. In Russia, it's Orthodox Christianity, in Kyrgyzstan, it's Islam, and in Peru, it's Roman Catholic Christianity. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic conditions are very different in these 3 countries. In relation to general population, the highest rate of COVID-19 was in Peru, and the lowest in Kyrgyzstan. And the fatality rate from COVID-19 was also highest in Peru. Sorry, I don't show these figures in this presentation. So we collected the data of about 1,500 participants from Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Peru, who were mostly university students, university lecturers, and school teachers. These samples were a part of larger studies. Namely, in Russia and Kyrgyzstan, it was a study of the consequences of the pandemic for education. This is why our participants were either university students or lecturers or teachers. In Peru, it was a study of the consequences of the pandemic for psychological well-being in countries of Latin America. The study didn't target exactly the students or lecturers, but still the major part of the sample was either students or lecturers. To measure coping strategies in Russia and Kyrgyzstan, we used an abbreviation of Russian adaptation of full COPE questionnaire. This questionnaire is the most popular to study coping responses in adults. And in Peru, we used Spanish adaptation of brief COPE. Both Russian and Spanish COPE questionnaires included 15 coping strategies or scales. So to compare the prevalence of coping strategies, we built independent linear models where each strategy was predicted by country, gender of participants, and gender by country interaction. The independent effect of country was highest for religious coping, acceptance, and mental disengagement. Country explained up to almost 20% of the variance of religion. And the least contribution of the country was for instrumental support, planning, emotional support, suppression of competing activities, and positive interpretation. The effects of age and gender were lower, at most 5% of the variance. So when we are looking at the means of coping responses in each group, and the error bars, they mean the precision of the estimate. Here I show the most used coping strategies, which were acceptance, active coping, planning, and positive reinterpretation. So people responded that they use these coping strategies quite a lot. And here we can see that in Peru, acceptance is used more often than in Russia and Kyrgyzstan. In the intermediate band, we have mental disengagement, suppression of competing activities, emotional support, humor, instrumental support, and venting. And here we have for mental disengagement, the country explained about 15 or 16% of the differences. Peru has higher scores than Russia and Kyrgyzstan. And the least used coping strategies were religion, self-blame, behavioral disengagement, denial, and substance use. And here we can see huge differences. in the prevalence of religious copying across the countries. The highest in Peru, intermediate in Kyrgyzstan, and the lowest in Russia. In terms of dimensions of copying, we performed factor analysis, exploratory factor analysis, and extracted 4 factors in each group. Each copying strategy was assigned to a factor with the highest load. In terms of explained variance, 4 factors explained approximately same amount of variance in all countries. In total, they explained about 40% of the variance. So I think I won't talk in detail about the dimensions of copying, but just to notice that for problem-focused copying, the key copying strategies were active copying, planning, and surprisingly positive reinterpretation that is usually classified as emotion-focused copying. For socially supported copying, it was unsurprisingly emotional support and instrumental support. And for avoidant copying, it was denial. For emotion-focused copying, the key copying strategies were humor and acceptance. The factors correlated with each other within each country, and the most reliable correlations were socially supported and problem-focused copying, but also socially supported copying and avoidant copying, which wasn't found in other studies. So to conclude the results. Generally, in our study, the prevalence of copying responses varied a lot within countries, and within countries much more than between countries. The differences between countries were not as big as within each country. The most used copying responses were problem-focused and emotion-focused, and the least were avoidance. And I think the question is whether it is the result of the understanding problem-focused and emotion-focused copying as socially desirable. As for the copying strategies that differed the most across countries, religious copying probably it can be explained by the differences between religious practices in Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Peru. The study showed that religious copying itself is a multidimensional copying construct, and it can have a variety of motivation and behaviors. As for acceptance and mental disengagement, it was higher in Peru compared to Russia and Kyrgyzstan, and probably it can be associated with lower perceived control and the unavoidable nature of stress from COVID-19. In terms of the dimensions, 4 dimensions explained the same 40% of the variance in all 3 countries, but these dimensions were associated with slightly different behaviors in 3 countries. For example, religious copying in Russia wasn't associated with any dimension. In Kyrgyzstan, it was associated with avoidant copying, and in Peru, it was associated with socially supported copying. So again, probably it reflects that religious copying can have different place in the whole structure of copying response in different cultures. So I think for the first time we reliably registered the correlation between avoidant and socially supported coping. Despite socially supported coping is usually perceived as effective and avoidant as ineffective, probably in the conditions of COVID-19, avoidant actually can be affected and can be used as a coping response to deal with the stress from COVID-19. I would like to thank my co-authors from Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Peru. And thank you. I'm open to the questions.
Stefan, thank you very much indeed for that. Very, very interesting study and very interesting comparatives, and a big team there of co-researchers. So thank you to all of you. I have just been made aware that we've got 15 minutes left till the end of the session, and we've got one more speaker. So if you wouldn't mind taking questions in the chat, if that's okay, about your research, and then I'll pass straight over to Anna for the next speaker. So once again, thank you. Fascinating.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. And we are moving to our colleagues from Nepal. Professor Usha Kerian Subba. Please. Just a second. Yep. Okay. So, yeah. Hello.
Hello. Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
It is my pleasure to be here today, and I'm very thankful to the organizer who has accepted my research, and they welcome me to present. This is the presentations of to my associates and me. Both of us will present today because we had already divided which part we are presenting. And namaste again, because here is the afternoon, but I would like to say namaste because from Nepalese all greets namaste, joining the hands together clockwise. Every time in the whole is during the clockwise we are saying the same namaste, and when we are meeting and when we are taking the leave from the that place also we say namaste. And today we are presenting the survey research. It is the survey based research on emotional and behavioral issues in lockdown during COVID-19, a study of Nepal. Yeah, shall I ask to my, yeah, okay. Hello, Dr. Priya Ranjan, would you mind to open your window? Hello? Hello, Priya Ranjan? Hello? I could not find my associate. Dr. Priya Ranjan?
Yeah, your associate is there. Just switching on the slides. I'm asking to unmute.
Because he will change the slide. That's
Okay,
why
I bet he can hear you.
Okay, namaste. And okay, I would like to say the current outbreak of COVID-19 is heavily impacting the global health and mental health. This outbreak is leading to additional health problems such as stress, anxiety, depressive symptoms, insomnia, denial, anger, and fear globally. Most of the nations across the world have implemented complete lockdown with stringent social distancing measuring for breaking the chain of transmission, Nepal, the government also declared for nationwide lockdown on March 24, 2020, which was later extended in a phased manner. A lot of challenges that we are facing right now are psychological and behavior challenges. The coronavirus spread will depend on the action or behavior of individuals, many of whom may lack any symptoms of infections. A crucial factor that will determine the effectiveness of the new rules and regulation over several weeks or even months. COVID has taken heavy toll on human lives. The lockdown is an effective strategy for containing the spread of infection. But the lockdown, self-isolation, social distancing, and quarantine have affected the overall physical, mental, spiritual, and social well-being of the Nepalese. However, this is a very challenging with added difficulty for larger section of the society. The social distancing and lockdown are very difficult for many households in Nepal, especially poor people. The daily wages earner has to earn daily money to keep family alive, and people with existing mental health illness face severe issues. Keeping in mind a long-time lockdown may lead to a psychosocial difficulties for vulnerable populations and consequently lead to stress, anxiety, frustration, boredom, and depression, and even the suicidal idea and attempts. We surveyed on psychological and behavioral issues during the lockdown in Kathmandu, Nepal. Next slide. Hello, Maral, the general objectives. Okay, general objectives. We formulated the general objective and specific objective. In general objective, to understand and identify the effective states, psychological and behavioral problems of people living in lockdown during the COVID-19 pandemic. And a specific objective were to find out the factors of psychological and behavioral issues in the COVID-19 pandemic, to determine the level of each factors through exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis, to check whether the various factors differ on the basis of various demographic variables. The fourth one, to predict the model on the basis of factor obtained in explorative factor analysis. Next, the method. Next. Hello, Maral. Okay. Next, the method. We have taken 200 samples with the help of students of college and universities from the general population of Kathmandu, Nepal. Total 106 male and 94 female with a mean age of 28.61 years were participated in the study. Material used. We have used the self-developed survey questionnaires to collect data. The questionnaire contained two sets of 61 and 52 self-report items for assessing the psychological and behavioral issues during the COVID-19 lockdown. The procedures. Participants completed an online survey through Google Form. The survey was administered by a group of instructors following standard protocols. Now I request my associate Dr. Maral for the next slide to present the result and discussion. Dr. Maral.
Okay, Dr. Morel, I've sent you the request to unmute. Could you please try it? Yeah. Okay, it works. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. So now, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm now going to carry on my result and discussion section for this study. So we conducted 2 studies for assessing the psychological and behavioral issues in those people who are living in lockdown during pandemic of COVID-19. So by performing EFA, exploratory factor analysis techniques, the possible underlying factor structure of a set of observed variables were identified to examine the relationship between each items or statements. In the first study, through the use of EFA technique, we reduced the item from 61 to 35, and we further categorized into 5 component groups, such as positive and negative effects. Then second factor, emptiness, voidness in life. And third is factor engagement in non-productive activities. That one is passive type activities. Then fourth one is craving activities. And then last one, that is a fifth, coping activities. Similarly, same method is used for the second study, in which we reduce the items from 52 to 33 through EFA technique, and further categorize into 4 components. The first factor is alteration in cognition and sleep cycles. Second factor, psychological symptoms. Third factor, personal space. And the last factor is emotional aloofness and fear. In addition, components were extracted using principal component analysis and orthogonally rotated, resulting in 5 to 4 components in each of the studies. And for further analysis of the confirming the relationship between all these factors, we did the confirmatory analysis to develop the specified models. These tables show the first study, which one is descriptive statistics of scale 1, which represent the 5 factors of first scale, in which we can see that most of the people are engaged in non-productive activities. And for coping the lockdown and dealing with the negative things in their whole lives during the inside their houses, while COVID-19 pandemic is going to rattle all the cities in different countries. So people engage in different activities. We can see the mean score differences in all these 5 factors. So there is high mean differences in third and fourth factor. Then there is the least mean in the case of fifth factor. Then we are coming to the second study, that is on seeing the psychological and cognitive deficits or impairment in those people who are living inside the lockdown. So here we can see the mean differences. So most of the people develop the psychological symptom more, and there is also fear of the corona. They also developed, and then there is also alteration or changes in their cognitive functions and their sleep cycles because of fear of the corona or due to the under lockdown in their houses. So now we are going to the next part, that is exploratory factor analysis, in which we discuss about the how we categorize or form the different 5 factors in the first study. So finalize first study from 61 items to the KMO, Kaiser Meyer Alchemy sampling. It shows that it is a good value because it is a recommended 0.6 at the baseline. Then the chi-square value is 5032.80, that is significant. And then we can see the commonalities values in the next slide of the factor loading. All the commonalities values are above 0.3. Here we can see the commonalities values ranges from 0.7 to 0.4, which is far good for showing the that all the items are strongly correlated with each other in each factor. So here we can see the first factor is positive and negative effects that we named it. So it includes different types of effects of feeling associated during the lockdown. Sorry. So people are losing aim of their lives and they are losing hopes. They lack patience in dealing with these type of lockdown or quarantine inside their houses. Feeling strain means human beings are not so habitual for living inside their houses for long term. So it develops a strange feeling that is not able to describe in words. They sometimes feel craziness, then there is more mood swings, then they are withdrawing from the positive energies in their life that is motivating for their future goals. Then their feelings also varies from 24 hours, means people varies from morning to afternoon, then afternoon to evening, then night. So in these four trends, people's feeling varies. Most of the people reported that if they are feeling a positive thing in the morning time, then it is a more probability that I can develop the sad or feeling sadness during evening time. So feeling also varies within a day also. People are not so much optimistic about their future. They are going into the totally pessimistic way. Then they are losing their senseless, means they are not able to feel the things, and the negative vibes or vibration, they havoc the mind more or capture the mind because of the living inside the houses for long duration or for long month. Then due to the inside lockdown for long times, they feeling the worthlessness because of they lose their jobs and their activities outside their houses and work offices. And they are also feeling the unproductive. So unproductive lead to the worthlessness. So we can see the factor loading that show the higher values, which predict that there is a high convergent or discriminant validity, means all factors are related to each other and showing a higher value of correlations. If we are going to table 2, that is factor 2, which is associated with the emptiness or voidness in life. So people are feeling more empty in their life. They feel suffocation, irritation, loneliness, stress, feeling caged like a bird or animal inside like a zoo. And then sometimes they feel helpless because no one is near to help them. And happiness is not too much because of the family type, those who are living outside of their families, living alone. So it is so you can see the negative values of the factor loading that shows that they are not too much happy while inside the lockdown. And aggressive behavior, or you can say negative behavior, dominate more during these lockdowns. Here we can see from factor 1 to 3 or 4 or 5, the internal consistency values means front back alpha is higher for the factor 1. That shows that all items are highly correlated and high values. Then second is 0.88 in the second factor. Then we are coming to the third factor, means they engage in non-productive activities that is not very fruitful, but help them to spend their times while inside the lockdown. So that can lead to also tiredness, feeling lazy, and addiction to technological things that is not good for the mental health also. Then we are coming to the fourth factor, craving activities, means people are too much habitual for eating the fast foods and going outside and doing shoppings and all things that can lead to divert their minds and help them to good development mental health. So these times people are not able to eat the outside food because of the fear of the corona. They can get it when they are going outside and eating outside food. So it will develop craving activities or craving feelings inside the all human beings, those who are living inside the houses for long term and avoiding the outside foods or anything. So craving feeling develops when people are not too much engaged in the case of proper activities. So they are doing passive activities inside their houses. So for the coping, People are also addicted using of the drug abuse cases, means substance abuse, like smoking, drinking alcohols, so that they can suppress their depression, anxiety, and stress. That can I discuss in the next slide. So in the study 2, where we use the 52 item totals, that is finally we after factor loading or rotation of the factor analysis, we come to the conclusion of 33 items. The KMO value is 0.901, that is also good because it is more than 0.6. Then the chi-square value is 3841.33, that is also shows the high values. Then we can also see the all values of the communities are higher.
So sorry, Professor, I'm so sorry. We have to wrap up a bit. Could you please just provide a summary, if that's not too much trouble?
Okay. Okay, no problem. Sorry for the delay. So in the second study, we formed the 4 factors that is associated with the cognition and sleep cycle, mean people feeling impairment or deficits in the cognitive functions. They disrupt their sleep cycles because feeling difficulties. They develop the psychological symptoms like eating behavior, procrastination, depression, anxiety, mental tiredness, and losing mental calmness and aggressive. Then the third factor is personal space, that shows the people are losing their privacy because of they are living with more people or with their families. That can lead to not able to share their things and the places or rooms. Then fourth factor is corona phobia, that is a fear from the corona. So that also shows the high among the people who living inside their houses. Correlation tables shows of the first study that shows that positive negative effects are highly correlated with the factor with the emptiness and voidness, and there is the least association between the factor 4 and the 5. Then we are coming to the second study correlation. Then we can see there is a high correlation between the factor 1 and 2, that is a association between the cognition and sleep cycles with psychological symptoms. So on the basis of demographic variables, we can see that genders, there is a mean differences in genders in case of coping activities, and we can see there is a vast difference in the mean values in genders. So people like females population develop more psychological symptoms and alteration in cognitive and sleep cycles because of the corona. And then if we talk about the marital status, that means those who are living inside with their families or couples, they develop less psychological symptoms compared to those who are living singles. So that can also help to cope them. Then we can see the confirmatory models, that is the second step for confirming the study, both 1 and 2. So here we can see in the model first, there is a strong correlation between the factor 1 and the 3. Factor 1 is positive negative effects with the engagement in non-productive activities. Then we can also see there is a high association between the positive negative effects with the engagement in emptiness in life, that is 0.78, and then there is a high association with factor 5 and 2 with coping activities and emptiness, that is 0.71. Then we are coming to the second model. So here we can see the high correlation between the factor 1 and 2, that is alteration in cognition and sleep cycle with the psychological symptoms, that is 0.88. Then high value with the with factor 3 also correlation, 0.65. Then factor 3 personal space is associated with psychological symptoms, means people are, if they are sharing or they are not able to get their personal space or privacy, then they also develop the psychological problems. And then there is also fear among the people. Now I request the Professor Usama to carry on the conclusion part. Hello.
Professor Usha.
How can I? Okay. conclusion, we draw some conclusion on the basis of the EFA and CF confirmatory factor analysis. On the basis of EFA result, it was found the female population experienced a more dreadful impact of COVID-19 than the male counterparts in all factors of both the studies. As opposed to all other countries, in Bangladesh, slightly more men are reported being affected mentally, emotionally compared to women. A study has done by UN Women and Women Count COVID-19 has gendered effect in Asia and the Pacific, April 2020. And second is the higher consistency was found in all factors of both the studies. Third, the higher means score in all factors of study first showed that male and female population were involved in positive, negative effects, emptiness, voidness in the life, non-productive activities, and coping and craving activities. The fourth one, people were engaged in positive, negative thoughts and used more coping cravings activities to deal with the COVID-19. In addition, participants also felt emptiness in their life as well as a negative effect during the lockdown in COVID-19, as correlates with the study done in China, findings direct exposure to COVID-19 and the impact on livelihood are important predictors of mental health problems, and that the people found cognitive and pro-social ways to cope with the strain and stress of the lockdown. The last one, the study second, people were experiencing more psychological symptoms and coronaphobia with negative alteration of cognitive functions, sleep difficulties, and personal space issues. Along with its high infectivity and the fatality rates, the 2019 coronavirus disease has caused universal psychosocial impact by causing mass hysteria, economic burden, and financial losses. Mass fear of the COVID-19, termed as a coronaphobia, has generated a plethora of psychiatric manifestations across the different strata of the society. Published on psychosocial impact of the COVID-19, May 2020. It is the, okay, we are conclude our research. Thank you listening to us.
Thank you very much indeed.
Hello.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of you.
Thank you so much for your attention. And I need your questions and comments because it will be very helpful for us in our writing phase.
Sure. Thank you very much to both of you. Very, very complex and interesting studies. I have asked our delegates to put their questions in the chat, so hopefully you and your colleague can answer them in the chat for us, perhaps during the break. So given the time, I will pass straight over to Anna to tell us how she's going to manage the break and the start of the afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, namaste, namaste.
Namaste.
To all the participants, bye.
So I guess we will have 12 minutes break till 20 past 2 in Moscow time. If you have any questions, please write that down into the chat. Otherwise, in 2:20 we will start our third and final session for today. Good afternoon, or maybe good morning for some of you, or good evening for some of you. My name is Anna Leibina, and I'm a co-moderator for a conference, The Role of Psychology in Fighting COVID-19 Pandemic, International Perspective, along with Nicola Gale, Vice President of European Federation of Psychologists Associations, whom I will pass the word in the second. And before, there are a couple of organizing questions. So we have already had 2 sessions for the conference, and we're about to start the third session of the conference, which will be dedicated to education during the pandemic. All of you have received, hopefully, the program, and so we will stick to the order of presentations according to the program. The first presenter is Alison Crawford. The second one is a presentation from our EFPSA, European Federation of Psychology Students Association representatives. Then we have colleagues from India, Purnima Singh and Nisha Jain. Then we have Tamara Gardieva and Alexei Chov from Lomonosov Moscow State University, then Daria Bukhalenko from Lomonosov Moscow State University, and last but not least, definitely not least, Sharon Horney from University of Massachusetts. So now I will pass the word to Nicola Gale, my co-moderator, for greetings and the other organizational issues regarding the chat, etc.
Just to add my welcome to that of Anna, welcome back those who've been with us all morning, and welcome to those of you who are interested in psychology of education who are just joining us now. Promises, I think, to be a very interesting afternoon. As this morning, if you have questions for the speakers, please start to put them in the chat, and we'll probably have time for one question after each speaker, so I'll pick the one that seems perhaps the most representative if there are several. And then if there is time at the end, we can have a few more questions, although I have to say, judging by this morning, the presentations have been so packed, we probably won't. So that's the plan for the afternoon in terms of the questions. And now back to Anna to introduce the first speaker.
Yes, I would like to welcome Alison Crawford, the Chair of Scottish Division of Educational Psychology, British Psychological Society, to deliver the first presentation. Alison, please switch on the presentation PowerPoint if you have that. The floor is yours.
Yep, just working on that at the minute, hopefully. Can you see that now?
Nope.
Hello? Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Nope.
Okay, something, yep. Oh.
Yep, you got it now?
Yes, just
yes.
now. Yeah, I cannot see you though.
Oh, goodness.
But
right. Hold on, I'll see. I think I had my camera on.
Yes, now I see you, and hopefully
yes,
now.
Got me now.
Oh.
And the presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the presentation.
Yes.
Not you. Oh, well, it's okay. We can proceed anyway.
Okay.
People will be looking into the slides most probably, and then
it's much nicer to look at than I am. So we'll just push on. Hello, my name's Alison Crawford. I'm a principal educational psychologist in Glasgow in Scotland, and I have also just finished my term as chair of the Scottish Division of Educational Psychology, which is part of the British Psychological Society. Sorry, I'm moving on too quickly. This is a bit of a welcome back to me. I was in Russia in summer of last year. I was very fortunate to be part of the European Congress of Psychology. So I'm delighted to join you again this morning or this afternoon. And actually, one of the gains, I think, of this COVID pandemic is that we are able to join together in this way with colleagues from around the world. And save a little bit of the planet at the same time. So I'm delighted to come along and share some of my experiences with you this morning. Like many of you, on the 23rd of March in the UK, we went into lockdown. And that resulted in our schools closing, our universities closing, many of our businesses closing, and only really essential services being left to try and support our society, our community, and those people in need. That meant significant and very rapid changes for us, a time of real upheaval as that happened. We had very quickly to set up working from home and educating from home for many. We had to come to terms with the restrictions that lockdown placed on us and to try and understand the impact of that on our society and for us, on our children and young people. And at the same time, trying to work out the implications of this pandemic as it unfolded and the course of the virus developed. For educational psychologists, several priorities became immediately very apparent. First and foremost, the mental health impact for our children and young people, and what the pandemic restrictions and lockdown meant for their well-being. We had to very quickly support them with trying to understand and cope with rapid change, loss of autonomy, anxiety, health anxiety, and the anxiety that goes with losing your relationships and the key people in your educational establishments. We had real concerns around child protection, both for those families that we were already aware of, but also for children who were living in families where parents were experiencing unemployment, new poverty, and significant mental health issues themselves. And we saw that playing out in a rise in referrals for child protection, and also in a rise in concern around domestic abuse and what that meant for vulnerable, particularly women and their families. We were acutely aware of the poverty gap, that the inequalities that were already existing in our society were exacerbated by this pandemic and the measures that were in place to keep us safe. And that we saw those equality gaps widen as the lockdown progressed and the pandemic rolled on. Acutely aware of staff well-being, both the well-being of educational psychologists as they continue to try to deliver service under a whole set of new restrictions, but also the well-being of our colleagues in schools as they were charged with delivering education remotely. And that blended learning, as it came to be known, again highlighted some of the real issues for us in terms of inclusion and what that meant for all our children and young people, and also a very obvious digital poverty gap. For some children and young people, moving to learning online was a relatively smooth process, but for many who did not have access to relevant technology and connection, learning online further emphasised the disadvantages that they had. Very concerned about what might be the impact of learning loss as children were learning from home and trying to cope with everything that meant, and what the impact of that would be longer term in terms of children's achievement and attainment over the course of this year. We had to think very hard about what our service delivery would look like. As practitioner psychologists, we are used to delivering our service face-to-face and in schools and in nurseries. So we had to think very differently about how we could collaborate and consult and assess around children's learning needs. And then we were also very aware that we did not want to lose sight of potential gains from this. So for some young children and young people for whom school was a place of anxiety and a place of challenge, actually those anxieties reduced and their learning was enhanced. And so we did not want to lose sight of the fact that for some families, for some children and young people, this could and would be a time of gain. In Scotland, the Children's Parliament did a large survey to access the voices of children and young people throughout the course of lockdown. And what we were hearing from them was that around 80% of them were actually doing okay. Many of them were enjoying enhanced time with their family and the opportunities that that gave them for exercising together, learning together and spending social time together. But around 20% were saying this had not been a positive experience for them, and we need to keep our eye on that 20% as we move forward with schools reopening. And then, of course, recovery. As soon as lockdown began, we weren't just thinking about how we maintained the resilience within our school communities, how we stayed connected and made sure that those key relationships were protected and maintained, but we were also thinking about what would need to be in place as we were supporting schools with recovery, about bringing children and young people back into the education system and understanding what their experiences had been. So most of you will be very familiar with Bronfenbrenner's educational ecological model, and that's one that we use extensively in education in Scotland. So we don't just think about the individual child, we think about that child in the context of their wider world, of the education environment and of the community and the society that surrounds them. So I'm going to look at each of these aspects over the rest of this presentation. As you can imagine, as psychologists, we felt that we had an enormous amount to bring to the understanding of how to manage this pandemic and how to support people through it. And the British Psychological Society very quickly pulled together what was called the COVID-19 Coordinating Group. That was a group of psychologists from across all disciplines and all nations within the UK, and they were tasked with thinking about how we made psychology relevant, accessible and fast to inform strategy and support in relation to this pandemic. You can see there the different work streams of that group. So we were looking at what adaptations needed to be made to the service we delivered and to our workplaces, how we thought about bereavement and the care of relatives, the effects of confinement on all of us, but most particularly on vulnerable groups, how we considered staff well-being, and in the beginning that was particularly in relation to the well-being of our colleagues in the health service who were very much on the front line in this pandemic, how we thought about behavioural change and disease prevention, and that work stream was very instrumental in informing government strategy about how we help the public understand and accommodate to the safety measures around this pandemic, how our communities were responding and how we could use enhanced community resources and responses to support longer term recovery, and then what was needed in terms of rehabilitation, both from the physical effects of the pandemic of coronavirus, but also how we helped communities to recover and to move on. As an example of that would be the website that was set up by the British Psychological Society. There's the web address there, and there was an enormous amount of information located on that web address, publications and webinars that were produced very rapidly as a result of those work streams that I've just talked about. These are just two of them that were particularly in relation to education. There are many, many more on the website, and please feel free to use them as you will. So for example, the Scottish Division of Educational Psychology produced a guidance document that was about reconnecting school communities post closure in relation to COVID-19, and thinking about how we would make those reconnections, those transitions back into school compassionate, relationship-based, and based on an understanding of what children's needs were. And the other one there that you can see is about, again, supporting that transition back into school, but the importance of allowing children opportunities to play, to socialise, and to process their experiences through play with the support of teachers and other staff in school. So just some examples of how educational psychology and psychology more broadly in the UK was responding at a community, at a societal level to support and inform developments in relation to coronavirus. And then when we think about supporting schools, very difficult to do when we are working remotely, but what we were very quickly aware of was, particularly in Scotland, that we had already done an enormous amount of work with our colleagues in schools, thinking about whole school approaches to supporting children's well-being. Almost all local authorities in Scotland now use nurturing approaches to help staff understand child development, think about attachment theory, and understand the impact of trauma and adversity on children's emotional development. And so we had a really good foundation on which to build, and we encouraged schools to revisit what they already knew, not to be panicking and thinking that they needed to be developing a whole suite of new resources or new understanding, but to go back to what they were already confident about and build on that. We were also thinking about what curricular supports would be needed to support children as they came back into school, and also thinking about what supports were needed for staff for their well-being in managing their own anxieties as they came back into school, as well as supporting the needs of children and young people. And so just a couple of examples of this. Some materials were produced by a group of trainers who worked with the Seasons for Growth materials, and some people might be familiar with that. They're materials that are used to support children and young people who have experienced loss and bereavement. And that group of educational psychologists came together to put together packs that could be used universally, not for people that were needing particular training, but for whole schools, whole staff groups, to think about how we can be creating emotionally supportive environments post-lockdown, how we can think about those key relationships and creating environments that felt safe and secure for children to return and to explore what their experiences had been of being at home. And sitting alongside that, staff workshop material were workshop materials for pupils, for children and young people, to help them understand their own experiences, their own emotional responses to that, and to learn strategies to cope with their own feelings of loss and worry about what the future might hold. There's a couple of website addresses there, goodgrief.org and seasonsforgrowth.org, and lots of materials there for you if you would like to explore that further. And those materials are free, and you can use them within your own context. And we also, as I've mentioned earlier, had to think very carefully about staff well-being. And we wanted to use these nurturing approaches to include our staff as well. We were very aware that staff are very anxious returning to school. They're anxious about what learning looks like, but they're also anxious for their own safety and the safety of their own families and friends as they come back into school. So we have, for example, modular courses that staff can use throughout the course of this session to think about their own well-being. They can use those in staff groups, but they can also use them individually. So, for example, these modules help staff to think about things like time management. We can become overwhelmed with other people's needs and forget to take time to think about ourselves and our own needs. It helps people think about their relationships and the impact of COVID-19 on them and how we maintain healthy relationships. It helps us think about the habits that we have developed, our exercise, our diet, our sleep, our hobbies, and it helps us find meaning, crucially important during this time when many of us have lost a sense of autonomy, of agency, and of an ability to really impact the world that we live in and make a difference. So moving on to work with children and families, as practitioner psychologists, this was a real challenge. We are used to delivering our service in situ, in schools, in early years and nursery centres, and face-to-face with children and their families. So we had to think quickly about how we might do that differently. Doing some work online with families was obviously an option, but very, very difficult, particularly when you think about that digital poverty gap that I spoke about earlier. But what we could do was make sure that we used as many avenues, alternative avenues as we could, to make sure that we had good evidence-based information getting out to families very quickly. So a couple of examples here. We used a lot of infographics, and this one on the left-hand side of your screen being about supporting children and young people who are on the autism spectrum and what families could do to help them with the changes that they were having to cope with during lockdown. And the other one, a commercially produced resource that we could signpost families to help change the conversation around coronavirus and shift the emphasis from fear, anxiety, concern and worry to how to build resilience, how to develop meaning and understanding that would give children and young people a sense of control over their lives. And also really importantly was the role of research. Again, as practitioners, educational psychologists, we often find it really difficult to protect time for research. We have less time for that than we do for all the other aspects of our work, but really important to keep our focus on this as children return to school. So just a couple of examples of what's happening in Scotland in relation to that. So we have what is called a Scottish National Action Inquiry for Educational Psychologists, and that's encouraging educational psychologists from across the country to work together on an agreed set of priorities. And that will be going ahead right through this next academic session and probably beyond, because we think recovery is going to take much longer than just one academic year. So this group of psychologists will be looking at things like blended learning and that digital poverty gap. What does that look like and what do we need to do to address that and make things better? And it's likely as we go in and out of local lockdowns that blended learning will still be required for some of our children and young people. What has the lockdown meant for our vulnerable groups, particularly our children and young people with additional support needs, those young people who were already finding it difficult to engage with school and for whom a protracted time out of school has just enhanced their difficulties? And what does it mean for the well-being and mental health over the longer term for our children and young people? We're already seeing concerning statistics around losses in mental health, around suicide ideation, etc. So we need to really keep our eye on that. And just secondly, a little example from my own local authority, and we are very, very keen to look at where the new learning is for us. So what have we learned through lockdown and what can we do to use that as we move through this recovery stage? And we're doing a series of pieces of research looking at the experiences of different groups. And the little infographic there on the screen is a piece of work that we did with senior leaders in schools. I hope you can read it, but what we asked them was what went well, what were the challenges and the barriers, and then what did we learn? And what we learned from that was that partnerships were key, relationships were key, and that the emphasis that in Glasgow that we had put on nurturing approaches was what informed almost all of our recovery planning and what gave people confidence to take that step back into school and support our children and young people. And so finally, I must be just about out of time. Some key messages from folks in Scotland. Psychology has contributed a great deal to our understanding of children's well-being and their learning needs during the pandemic. The importance of whole school approaches to support well-being and mental health, and the need for evidence-informed recovery planning. And we need to keep researching. We can't let that stop now. As I said, recovery is likely to be much longer term. The impact of poverty and inequality, we knew that existed already. This pandemic has just further highlighted that and given us new areas that we need to think about if we want to address those poverty-related gaps. That we need to trust in what we have invested in previously, and that will be the foundation for our recovery as we move forward. That we need to trust our teachers, that they are fabulous at the job of teaching, that they know how to assess children's needs, and they know how to plan accordingly. And therefore they know how to address that learning loss that many children and young people will have experienced. That our partnerships are key, that interestingly, the connections that schools and nurseries had with families during lockdown have just further enhanced those relationships, that they now have a much better understanding of each other and what their needs are. That our third sector and our voluntary agencies were crucial to support communities and families during lockdown, and that we need to work together with them locally and nationally as we move through this next academic session, and that relationships underpin everything that is successful within education, and that we need to make sure that they are at the centre of all our planning. And then really key, that it's very, very easy to lose the focus on children and young people as we are overwhelmed with requirements for safety planning in schools and in nurseries. That we mustn't lose sight of the fact that our children and young people have to be at the centre of all our planning, and that the safety measures are there to support and enhance their learning. I realise that I've probably taken up most of my time, so please put questions on the chat, and I'm very happy to share resources with anybody if you're interested in that. Thank you very much.
Alison, that's a fantastic story of what you've been able to do in Glasgow. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. I particularly liked hearing about how you had managed to hold on to those nurturing approaches and actually show your schools that that was still the way to go, despite the threat that we have in terms of the pandemic. So, and very nice to see you back in a Russian context as well. There's one question on the chat I think we've got time for, if you can take it. Somebody, a colleague from the Philippines, saying they don't have many educational psychologists, but they've got counselling or clinical psychologists. Could you talk a little bit about perhaps how, if people haven't in their countries got specific educational psychology competencies, how broader, more broadly trained psychologists could perhaps do some of this work?
Yes, absolutely. Many of the whole school approaches that I refer to and the educational psychologists use are to build capacity in others. So it's not about educational psychologists doing all of that work. It's about making resources available to others who may be in a position to be able to do that with schools and with school communities. So I would suggest that if you can, you have a look at the British Psychological Society website. There is a particular part of that that's in relation to coronavirus, and there are loads and loads and loads of links to very, very helpful resources that are available to the public at large, but also to psychologists from other disciplines. So I would encourage you to go on there and make good use of those links and those resources that are there.
Lovely, thank you very much. You may well get some more questions on the chat as we go through. So I'm looking forward to having you with us. And now back to Anna for the next speaker. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Alison. Thanks so much, Nicola. And now we have representatives from EFSA, because I don't know how about you, but many of teachers and universities, they are interested in students' point of view, especially psychology students' point of view on how to manage this situation. So I will just give the word to Katya, Secretary General of EFSA.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
So can you give the permission to share screen to Martina?
Yeah, it should be there. She may just start sharing it straight away?
I think that she will.
Mm-hmm.
Because she has the screen and then we have divided the speech. So
yeah, I will also unmute Martina then.
Okay.
Hello. 1 second. So I am waiting for this thing to load. I'm almost done. Should be seeing my screen anytime now. Let me know when that happens.
Okay. Great.
Can you see okay?
Yes.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah, good.
So first of all, thank you for having us. Thank you for contacting us regarding the psychology student feedback to COVID situation. So as Anna already said, I am Katja and I'm the Secretary General of EPSA. I come from Slovenia, and here today joining me is Martina Marie Aquilina, and she's from Malta, and she's the Member Representative Officer. We have asked our students and our working community of 35 countries to share their feedback and their opinion regarding this topic. And now I will pass the word to Martina to share the answers from the first question. Marty, you can go.
Yep. Thank you. I muted myself for a second and I could not unmute. Okay, so the first question that we asked our students, this was done through brainstorming sessions with our working community. The first question was, what are challenges faced by psychology students? And based on the responses that we received, we kind of categorized them into 3 different themes. The biggest and most frequent one was uncertainty. Uncertainty is a very broad subject, and it went into aspects such as the university course, wondering when lectures will happen, if they've stopped completely, or will they continue online or offline, and the way that the usual educational syllabus is distributed essentially was questioned. Also, the assessment method was very uncertain for quite a few students that we asked, since obviously due to social distance restrictions and lockdown, we couldn't take exams in the usual examination hall, so many were adapted onto online assignments or multiple choice quizzes or questions. And while this is good for the student to adapt onto online resources, unfortunately, deadlines were mostly unfair to students, as a lot more work was expected of them with the same amount of credits or ECTS. And on the excuse of you have more time now, or you have your books with you, so it's okay if we give you extra work to do for the same exam that you would have had usually. So this was rather stressful. And another uncertainty was about career choices, simply due to the fact that obviously during a psychology course, students are expected to have a practical aspect of their education, including their theoretical and more knowledge-based. And due to the lockdowns and restrictions, this was not possible, as internships and scholarships were not given, and the practical assessments were mostly, if not all, stripped off. For this reason, we had some halts in the careers, because everything was delayed until the lockdown was stopped. So everything got delayed by months, if not an entire year. Finances was also another big topic, in that students who lived in university dorms weren't sure if they were to leave to live back with their family, to avoid rent or not, mostly because of the whole online offline lectures uncertainty. So students couldn't really know if they can save money on this, especially because of the whole lockdown, students obviously couldn't work their usual internship jobs. That is for many students the main source of income, and how they pay rent and such expenses like this. So yes, this was also an uncertainty. And also there was reports of struggling when it comes to well, finding resources, which usually could be found in libraries, but since those were closed, there was a scavenger hunt essentially of resources, and students would opt to buy books, textbooks that they usually would get from the library, hence giving them more financial troubles. Another one is that there was adaptation problems in that everything was done in lockdown, quite different from the school environment. And they also had to adapt to their lecturers' adaptations to the course, especially when the professors would not be so, what's the word? Like digitally literate. So this was an issue for quite a few students as well. Next, we have the next question, which was psychological issues of students. And this is an issue that Katja will continue.
Yes, thank you for the word, Marty. So as we all know, students' life is very much connected to the university life. So most of the challenges, like psychological challenges that people faced, were rooted in the chaos that was going on in the university life. Like Marty said, the main reason for higher feelings of anxiety and depression amongst the students was the uncertainty of university, if they will start their work, when will they start their work, when will they start their classes. Like Marty said, here comes also the financial issues. Some people had to move back home from studying abroad while still studying abroad. And there were also some students that were left abroad because they just started their exchange or they just started their uni. But they were left there in a new country without any social support. Also, the students who had student dorm accommodations, they usually moved back home with their parents while simultaneously still paying for their student accommodation, which brought them a lot of stress. As far as mainly challenges that are related not so much to uni life, but just general students' life, the biggest impact that people felt was because of the lack of events and extra courses and other social programs that university usually offers, like language courses or even sports events and all of these opportunities to socialize and meet people. And with the lack of this, people and students also felt the lack of their motivation and energy for their academic work. Universities did not provide alternative option for these regular formal and non-formal student opportunities. And basically students were left to themselves. And this plays a big part in their social networking, because some students reported not seeing their friends for months. And it was, as we all know, it's difficult to have online communication go the same as does the communication in face-to-face. But like not all the things are black and white, and there are some positives that came out of the pandemic situation, because most of the students also reported that now when they have a different routine, when they don't have so much time for travel to the uni and to work, and They can divide the time themselves. They have found more time to relax, to chill, to create their own rhythm, how they will do things. They have also, some have reconnected with their families, strengthened their relationships with others. And most of them have started exercising and taking better care of their physical body, which is a very good thing, because we know that exercise and better eating patterns also help with your mental health. And the biggest nice thing was that some people actually picked up some new hobbies and like expanded their interests. But the most concerning thing for us when we asked for the opinion of our students was that a lot of students reported higher feelings of anxiety and depression, but there was a big lack of psychological support from their university or even from the government. Of course, this information varies by country to country, because as I said, we have 35 members, 35 countries. So it's very different in each country. But because students saw that there aren't many mental health providers during the pandemic, they started their own campaigns. So students were initiators for the mental health campaigns, and they were taking their time to help others with their challenges and their troubles, while at the same time facing the same troubles themselves. Some of these campaigns were supported by the government, some of them weren't. It all depends on the country that the campaign was in. But then EFSA, as like an umbrella organization, decided to contribute to this, and we have actually created a Corona Care campaign where we did offer tips and tricks about how to organize your life and how to help yourself in the current times, how to divide your work, like your personal work, your professional work, how to differentiate between spaces, and other tips and tricks. So these were the main psychological issues, mostly anxiety and depression. And now Marty will tell you about some practical advices that our students provided for the academia.
Thank you, Katja. So we asked at the end of this brainstorming session, we asked students, how can we make everything, well, to improve our situation together, like not just, oh no, this is happening, oh no, this is happening, but what can we do to change it? And the students provided some advice. The biggest ones, the most frequent ones were a wish for open communication and transparency when it comes to updates about their university life, especially, and the fate of their own course. And also inclusion of students in the decision-making of said courses, such as being asked what is their preferred lecture mode. Is it online or offline? Or do they prefer, I don't know, exams or more written assignments? All of these strengthen the bond between the lecturers and the faculty and the students, because the students feel heard. And well, it's a win for the faculties as well and university, because happy students are productive and successful students. So it's a win-win situation like that. Another idea was one that we heard a lot, was that there should be more practice of face-to-face or live lectures, which still take into consideration the regulations of social distance and masks if necessary and all that. Simply because having a school or learning environment is far more beneficial than simply staying on your laptop all day listening to lectures. It's more inclusive, it's more interactive, and it promotes social support, and that you see others around you, and it's very empowering to see that you're all working together. Whereas it can be very lonely to simply be staring at your screen and listening to your lecturer. It's very one-sided that way. So this was also another theme of inclusion and interaction. Also, the students of psychology asked for more universities and educational entities or institutions to provide or improve on their support systems and services by making them more accessible to students, perhaps, if possible, also free where it is possible, if not, perhaps maybe a discounted or given a consideration. It really varies according to the finances of the university themselves as well. But an idea was for those universities that decide to keep everything online is to actually adapt counseling services online. We see that in the professional world, this is happening. So why not do it to university students as well? These are only a few of our ideas, and we also have others that would create a bigger change, such as actually reconsidering the structure of courses to make them more practical and hands-on rather than just theoretical, simply due to a number of reports that say that whatever was taught in lectures did not prepare students at all for how to cope with what they have. And they feel that if psychology students aren't prepared to cope with this, then how can we expect others? And how are we expected to help others cope if we don't know how to ourselves? So this was one of the other big ideas that we have. So as you can see, we have quite a few ideas, and we're open to listening to more. We are hoping also that, one second, that we can communicate more with our universities, because at the end of the day, we wish to join, well, the psychology field. So we help each other, and that way we can improve together. So yes, we can improve practices and support each other. Katja, would you like to have the final word?
Yes. So to conclude, the basic things that we can all learn is just to communicate better, which we all as psychologists know communication is the key. Because if students will communicate more with their departments, with their faculties, and their faculties will be prepared to listen to them, everybody will be happy in the end. If you have any more questions, you can leave them in the chat. You can also find us on our website, epsa.org. And we would really like to thank you for this opportunity. We think it's really important that the students' voices are heard and were heard. And yes, this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Katja and Martina, thank you very much indeed for that, and certainly very good to have the student voice heard and from across Europe too. So thank you very, very much indeed. I can't see any questions for you in the chat yet, but I have asked some of our university educators to respond to your ideas, and if you're staying with us, then hopefully some of them will. I just had one question for you, which is, have you got a plan to influence university management systematically with some of these ideas?
Yes.
Yes.
Will you answer, or? Okay, I'm gonna give the word to you.
Okay, actually, yes, we are currently, as EPSA, we are looking into and contacting our 36 member organizations in 35 different countries. And we are hoping to get through a survey, more of a feel of what is the dynamic between the organizations and their universities of the country. And through that, we are providing advice and support on how to actually approach and we're kind of giving kind of informal training on our advice on how to approach these different universities, simply due to us being the umbrella, kind of the mentor in a way, and we give the support to the organizations to be empowered to actually approach their universities. Katja, I don't know if you want to add on to this?
Yes, but like the main problem is that our universities in different countries, they have different ways of how their education is going. Some have 3+2 programs, some have 4+1. Like it's very different. So first we need to like gather all of the information, how their education systems work, how the study of psychology is in their countries. So we are planning to improve this. We have big plans also for collaborations with FPA and with other student organizations. So we hope that we will make the world a better place for psychology.
Great, I'm sure you will, on the basis of the energy that you're already putting into it. Thank you very much, both of you. And now back to Anna for the next session.
Yep. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So now I would like to invite Professor Purnima Singh to deliver her presentation. Yeah.
So, okay.
Yes, we can see that.
So I have Nishtha Jain also, who will be a co-presenter. Is it possible for?
Yeah, sure, sure. I will give her the access to the microphone, no problem. Yeah.
Hi. Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, you are. Okay, so how do I switch to?
So, Purnima, I asked you to unmute your microphone. So if you're willing to talk, you just, yeah, accept that.
Yeah, okay, now I'm there. Yeah. Okay?
Yes, okay, yeah.
Okay, so now, so first of all, I think let me begin by thanking you all to give me this opportunity. Can you see the video or not?
Yeah, sure, we can. We can see your video and the slides. It's all right.
Okay. No, I couldn't see, so I was just checking. Okay, so first of all, I think I would like to thank Alexandra, who first asked me, and the organizing committee members this opportunity. I decided to speak on education because being a social psychologist, and the two of us are social psychologists, we would be talking more about the context of education in India, and as well as how the role that psychologists can play. So it would be basically reflecting on the context of education in India and what is the way forward. Okay, now if Nishtha, can you change the slide? Okay, now as far as education in India is concerned, and as it would be in other places also, especially the developing context, there are large number of economic, cultural, ideological divergences. And these can be seen in the educational, institutional context also. There is high diversity, but this diversity is a resource because it has cognitive, social, and cultural resource. That's how I would like to look at the diversity. At the same time, the existence of such complex system in the Indian context has kind of fostered multiple interacting and often self-perpetuating inequalities in access and equity to education, which happens to be the title for today's presentation. Now, if you look at the Indian scenario, over the years, one major agenda of the various governments has been to expand access and provide inclusive education. In other words, providing learning opportunities to all. And this, as all of us would know, is a difficult task, looking at the large population in the country and also the fact that we are a developing country still. Now, only very recently, last month, we had this National Education Policy 2020. Now, this is a landmark because it talks about planned development, including expanding access and improving quality of the educational institutions throughout the country, including in the regions where people do not have easy access to education. So in other words, there is increasing focus on equity and access to education in the country. Now, having this very divergence, the COVID situation has actually made it worse for people. Now, what has happened is are still closed. We had the lockdown, which coincided with the crucial examinations, because you have the class 10th, 12th examinations, the prestigious competitive examinations, the various entrance tests for universities, for nursery school admissions. All of these happen in the month of March. And with the lockdown, there was a kind of a situation where there was a pause, and that pause is still continuing. There's several examinations, including the most prestigious, which is the JEE exam, which is the entry to the IITs, one of the IITs where I am right now, the medical exams, the secondary board education exams. So all these exams were either cancelled or postponed. In other words, there were about more than 285 million young Indians who were impacted with far-reaching economic and social consequences of the lockdown. And as we all know, today it's 5 million. You know, India is going through its worst health and economic crisis in a century. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdowns, over 12 crore Indians have lost their jobs, and nearly 84% households have suffered a loss in monthly income. And this is the data of Oxfam that I'm talking about. There may be other data sets, but this is the basis of what I'm saying today. 27 crore children in India have been affected by the closure of schools. So, in other words, with the pandemic, the existing inequities which are there in the system have got exacerbated and are now more acutely visible. And, you know, even people who were not sensitive to them are now becoming more sensitive to these inequalities. Can I have the next slide, Nishta?
It's there.
Okay. Now, as I have said, and just to continue with that background, what COVID has done, it has brought an unprecedented discontinuity in the academic year. And this has impacted the school education, this has impacted higher education, some of which I would be talking about in this brief presentation. Now, when you look at the school education, we have a variety of schools, but primarily and very broadly, we have two kinds, private schools and government schools. Now, the private schools are generally for the moneyed people, although even people of all kinds of backgrounds today want to send their kids to the private school because of a sense of status, which is generally linked to them. Now, those students who have been part of the private school, one of the major problems has been charging of hiked fees, despite the physical closure of schools and despite the states giving the guidelines of restricting the hikes. And this has been a major concern of parents as well as students. A large number of parents also during this period have faced challenges in supporting their children to access digital education. For example, in a family where there are two kids and there is only one laptop, or there was only one laptop, there are issues of how to provide digital education to the children, even for those who were, on the higher side of income. And there are frequent complaints of signal and internet speed, which are always big issues when you're talking about online education. Now, if you look at the government schools, and a large number of people go to these government-funded schools, fees is low in these schools, and to attract people into the government schools, the government had a scheme which is the midday scheme, midday meal. Now these kids who were being motivated to go to school because of the midday are not receiving the midday meals during these last 6 months. Also, a very major problem has been that teachers were not having sufficient training and hence often struggling with the delivery through the digital mediums. A number of schools being used as quarantine centers. So the private schools, they could say that they would not be allowing their school to be used as a quarantine center. But when it comes to the government schools, they cannot refuse. One of the major problem of a large number of educationists is that maybe these students, after the corona thing is over, they might not return to school. And that's a big anxiety many educationists have. A large number of rural children are excluded as households do not have access to internet. And that's a kind of a perennial problem. And then dependence on digital modes also excludes girls, since access to digital devices is gendered. Especially when one is talking about the rural areas. Only 29% of India's internet users are women. I think I'm taking a lot of time to build the context because that context would make us realize the challenges which are there for the education sector, especially in India. Now, what has happened is a sudden transition for teachers, as well as students, as well as families, has been very dramatic. As far as teachers are concerned, they had to revise the teaching and the assessment methodologies. We are always used to proctoring the exam, and many were not aware of how to take exams in this proctored mode. Another major issue has been engagement of students with online course materials. Then, of course, this has put a lot of responsibility on the parents, and they have an added role of a guide while conducting the learning activities. And there are tremendous job losses, which means dropout rates in education might be very higher because, parents will not be able to pay the fees. And as I said earlier, loss of nutrition and a safe social place is something that we need to understand. About 9.112 crore Indian children they receive their midday meals. And this is an initiative by the government to provide food to school-age children. And as the schools are temporarily shut, these children are not getting the nutritional food that they used to get when they were going to school. There is data coming that there is surge of domestic violence, and that could impact the education. Of course, there are all kinds of data on rise in child abuse and disruptive environments happening because of illness, because of death, because of large number of factors which are unforeseen, which are kind of providing some kind of disruptive environment to education. Nishtha, can we move on? Okay. Now, although I think I've been presenting a very dismal picture of online. Oh, I don't know what happened. Sorry about it. So there's opportunity for girl students to continue their education. And one of the reasons has been that girl students were normally saddled with domestic and caregiving responsibilities in the rural areas, but now they can still access education because they don't have to travel. There is safety for them, and there are all kinds of systemic inequalities due to patriarchal system. But this provides a little window to them to kind of overcome this. Then persons with disability. Now because they also now have a fairer chance or a better chance to engage with socio-economic networks and other kinds of activities. And many people see that with online education, online sources, there is greater scope to actually reduce the gaps in education and ensure diversity of language also. Okay, now how are we tackling it? So there have been lots of government measures, and very briefly I'll just talk about a few of them. And if people have curiosity to know about them, I think we'll share it. So there is a comprehensive initiative called PM Vidya that unifies all efforts. And I must admit, the government has been playing a very major role, because in a country like India, with so much of population, unless it is by the government, equity and access is not possible. And when we talk about inclusive education to the various sections of the society, not just the disabled, but others who are at the periphery, a large scale, if you have to scale something, it generally comes from the government. Okay, so there are, as I said, there is this digital medium, Diksha, and it contains e-learning content for students, teachers, parents, which is aligned to the curriculum with video lessons, worksheets, test books, and assessments. Nisha, can we move to the next one? There is ePathshala, which is another e-learning app. There is a national repository of open educational resources. Now, this is again available. TV, one class, one channel, where one dedicated channel per grade for each of the classes 1 to 12 is there to provide access to quality educational material. Community radio is another medium, and study materials for the differentially abled developed on digitally accessible information systems and in sign language on NIOS websites are also there. Yeah, so when you talk about, so this was about the school education. When you move to higher education again, government has got many initiatives. So you have the SWAYAM online in MOOCs format for school-going, higher education, and law management, etc. courses. You have EPG Pathshala. You have an IIT PAL for IIT JEE NEET preparation. You have NPTEL by the IITs, which focuses on online education, and this was not new. These things have already been there, and because they have been there, they were very handy during this COVID time. But as in India, you will see that there is also a focus on psychology. So you have this Manodarpan, and Manodarpan provides psychosocial support to students, teachers, and families for mental health and emotional well-being. There is a website, there is a toll-free helpline, there is a national directory of counselors, there is an interactive chat platform. Now, this initiative is very important because it benefits a large section of population. At some point later, I will be also talking about the psychology associations and what role they have been playing. But Manodarpan is a government initiative, and that initiative focuses on psychosocial support and holistic education. Now, one of the questions is it enough? Excluding the excluded, and this was a title which was suggested by Nishtha, and I found it very apt. So there are these systemic inequalities in access to these online measures. And therefore, one has to do very, what we call out of the box thinking. And one of the initiatives that has been taken by one state, where there is a Smart Connect scheme, where parents and families who did not have smartphones, or those who did not, who had to share it with the other sibling, they were distributed those smartphones for their studies. Can we move? Okay, there are a large number of NGOs. Again, I'm not going to talk in detail about them, but these NGOs have been doing various things, raising awareness, providing the kind of resources, and trying to provide that kind of helping hand which is needed in this COVID time. Can we move ahead? So yeah, these are some innovative methods, and I just thought we need to share with them, with all of you, because I was also very fascinated with these innovative methods. So, in a city, a very small city in North India, school teachers, what they did was they converted 60 lessons into audio files that were broadcasted through loudspeakers. And they used a community site, which is the temples there in the area, between 6 to 8 a.m. for educational purposes. And I think in the end, I will say that if you want to scale something, you have to involve government, you have to involve the community, without which in a place like India, with teeming this huge population, it is not possible. Teachers in this study, they reported that they go around the village to talk to parents and students, and their presence makes students take their self-study very seriously. They look after basic needs such as notebooks, pencils, and try to clear their doubts, personal doubts if they have. Then there is something like community school, which has been, and these are, out of box thinking and experiments that have been done. Okay, so these community schools, 70% of the total school children in a particular district in another northern state in India had no access to online classes. Administration started initiative when local young graduates voluntarily taught students in community classrooms, which are set up in courtyards, on rooftops, in porches, in gardens, under the trees, and only up to 15 children are allowed in a single batch with social distancing. We know that this is COVID time and social distancing is there. There is another innovative idea which I thought would be very nice to share. And this is carts as classroom. Okay, now you have to maintain social distancing. With the rising cases of COVID, I think this is very, very important. The student takes note from their homes as the teacher imparts lessons using the loudspeaker attached to the cart. Focus not on learning level, rather dissuading students from dropping out. Because as I said, one of the major concerns is will they come back to school after this COVID is over, or whether they'll be comfortable at home. In a village in Maharashtra, teachers identified students who have access to smartphones and have formed groups clubbing them with students without any access. Can we go on, Nishtha? Because there are... Okay, now what are some of the issues in digital learning in a country like India? But I think they are everywhere. The digital divide and taking education online is an operational nightmare. Being a teacher myself and also in a very privileged institute, I've realized that even in this privileged institute, it becomes a nightmare because students are widely spread across the country. Even those who have access, there are a variety of issues. Technological issues with downloading errors, installation issues, login problems, difficulty in understanding instructions and goals, low level of preparedness for e-learning, and simulation of a learning environment, the kind of engaging environment that is there in the class is very difficult. Personal attention is a huge issue, which I think all of us know you can give in the classroom situation, but not here. And also, online teaching is mostly theoretical with not much scope for practice. Okay, so can we move on, Nishtha? So what is the road ahead? Blending community with learning, building educational ecosystems. And here one would like to talk about increased involvement of psychology, associations and professionals, especially in education. So as far as psychology associations are concerned, they are playing a very major role in providing mental health services, in helping students to maintain their motivation, in psychoeducation, mental health through help books. There are numerous webinars that are practically hosted every day. There are a variety of online courses. Psychology associations have also been involved with psychoeducation, telephonic counseling services, online sessions. But what is needed is probably to expand this to teachers and family members also, because in this current situation, they have also to cope with the digital transition. So I think one of the areas where psychology associations can come in and play a very major role is to provide these kind of services to both the teachers as well as the family members. Because we are talking about an ecosystem in which both the teachers and the family plays a very major role. I think most of us who are psychologists know Bronfenbrenner's model and how the social environment the influence of this larger social environment and child learning. And also to strengthen the community structures, formalizing community classrooms. So at least in India, we don't know till when, classrooms, we will be going to the classrooms and, students will be there. And here I think there is a need for integrating psychological knowledge or psychologists, teachers, family, and students and government. And that is the ecosystem which is needed to kind of help the students during this period. So one is talking about blending the 5 stakeholders who are very important in this place. And the focus should be on creativity and innovation. And that we have seen, I gave some examples of very creative ideas that teachers are using. There has been a talk about using the buddy system, groups of 2 or 3 students living in proximity for peer learning and feedback. There is greater need to train the teachers. And I think psychologists should not only focus on training the teachers, but also providing them with assistance. And this could be a variety of assistance, both from mental health as well as, dealing with the student issues during this time. So there is a need for a revival in course content and evaluation pedagogies. Also, I think if you look at the pandemic time, I think something that is very, very important is spreading awareness. And here psychologists do have a very major role. So for example, we do see that, if you look at the COVID times, the key to this pandemic, or the key to survive in this pandemic, is prevention. And here I would, say that psychologists can play a very major role in not just spreading information about the COVID, but also all the prevention strategies that are to be used. Nishtha, would you like to add?
I think, ma'am, we have already covered most of our important points.
Anything that you would like to add to, how psychologists can contribute?
Psychologists can contribute mainly because we still have to deal with a lot of stigma. So a critical issue that I came across personally as well as professionally was that a lot of people could not access the online resources, even though they had the systemic infrastructure and everything, because the stigma still is there, and to be at home and talk about certain mental health issues in front of their families becomes an issue. So with the systemic inequalities that do exist, we also have to look somewhere at how the society is still viewing the role of psychologists. Although we as a community want to help out in various ways in raising awareness, in providing trainings and etc. But there is also a need to understand that there has to be some level of attitude change somewhere, both on our part and in societies. Thank you.
Renima and Nishtha, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. That really was fascinating to hear about all the different initiatives. We are pressed for time, but I don't want to let this go without one question, because I think it's so interesting. We should just hear a little bit more from you. So the one question I would have, if you can really give us a very brief answer, is of all the initiatives you've seen in all the different cities and towns, what is the most important thing that you would like to see rolled out across the nation, do you think? What one thing is most important in everything you've shown us?
Yeah, I think one of the most important thing is providing psychological service during this time, because this is a time for, there is a lot of uncertainty going on. With the figure reaching to 5 million, there is, today I think it's 5 million COVID cases we have reached. So there is a lot of uncertainty, there is a lot of fear, there is a lot of apprehension about the disease. And I think here, psychologists can play a very major role. And that I would like all the associations to come together and kind of help people, because there is a lot of, if I could say, like kind of delusion about the disease. And maybe all the associations should come together and talk about how we can overcome this delusion. Because also, it's all about prevention. That's what we have heard so far about COVID. So awareness, prevention, These are things where psychologists will have a much better influence than social workers who are doing it right now.
That's really helpful. So on that unifying note, thank you very, very much indeed again, both of you. And we'll hand back to Anna again for the next speaker.
Thank you.
Я ничего не слышу. Почему я перестала ее слышать? А, там тоже, кстати, она не слышит. Смотри, она говорит, а я не слышу. А в чем дело?
Ну, отключи камеру, да, посмотрим. Скорее всего, это какая-то проблема звонит.
Как странно. Вот, да, это же они пишут.
Пиши, да, я тоже.
Включай звук. Okay, do you hear me? So I can start. Okay. So really, I was a little bit frustrated because Anna just disappeared with her voice. So anyway, it's great to be part of this conference, and greetings from Moscow. And I'm happy to see especially those who were here a year ago at our European conference in Moscow. And so it's great to gather researchers and practitioners and talking about how we can fight pandemic altogether. Okay, so I switched to my presentation, and I'm going to present actually two studies. Here. Can you see it? Yeah, okay, good. Anna, you're now mute, yeah? Okay, anyway. Okay. As you can see from the title, I'm going to talk about optimism. It's my main topic. I'm not only educational psychologist, I'm also positive psychologist. I'm positive educational psychologist, if you wish. Let me tell you about myself. I'm from Moscow State University. I'm professor at Moscow State University. And together with Oleg Sychov, we are presenting these two studies, which are dedicated to well-being and following stay-at-home recommendations, so which means healthy behavior. And I'm going to talk, so just some background is, so you know that Russia occupied the 4th place in the world according to the number of COVID cases, and the lockdown is over, but at the same time the number of COVID cases is still is quite high, so we are probably somewhere in the middle of the crisis, and that is why the problem is really important. And it's great to hear from students who told us about how they survive. And I'm also going to talk about students and their mental health, well-being, and what are the predictors of survival, of better mental health and well-being in times of pandemic. So actually, a lot of research have been done already on well-being and mental health, and all this research basically shows that the mental well-being displays damage. There is damage to the population in terms of stress, in terms of depression, in terms of anxiety. And first, this research started from Chinese colleagues because COVID started there, and so they already showed the prevalence of depression during quarantine period and prevalence of anxiety. Also, Australian study very showed quite impressive results in terms of that all outcomes, all well-being outcomes displayed decline, and the same results have been shown in Russia. And basically, what is also important that we have found that the level of population which suffers most are students, students and women. So women are mostly vulnerable to feeling depressed, as in many countries of the world. As I know, in the United States, they also have the results that women are more depressed. And that is why we started to study in Moscow State University the different psychological resources which are related to well-being in times of pandemic, which could be considered as resilience resources. And we relied on some studies which have been already done on fear of infection, on public knowledge, on empathy, and different types of optimism also. And as far as I'm a researcher who has a lot of studies in optimism, I studied optimistic attributional style and also dispositional optimism. And we all know in psychology that dispositional optimism is a great predictor of well-being and good coping. But at the same time, there is such a phenomenon as unrealistic optimism. And that is why, and we thought that exactly in this situation, we could find people who have unrealistic optimism. And the idea was to check whether it could help us. It's so-called rose-colored eyes optimism. When people actually display predictions of unrealistically positive results compared to the objective likelihood of the event occurring. And what we have thought from the beginning, our theoretical model was as following. So we developed questionnaires for so-called constructive optimism and defensive optimism, and I'll tell you in a few slides later what it means exactly. And but you could imagine already that, yes, that I mean by defensive optimism, some kind of unrealistic optimism. And we thought that these types of optimism, especially specific optimism regarding COVID-19, so will influence the well-being of people during lockdown and also stay-at-home behavior. Now we don't need stay-at-home behavior, so it's over. But at the same time, we have problems with well-being, of course. But in springtime, when our study started, stay-at-home behavior was extremely important, and as one of the most important healthy behaviors which people could display, right? And we thought that the mediators of this process could be adaptive coping, autonomous motivations from the point of view of self-determination theory, and also anxiety and especially fear of infection. Because some paradoxical results have been already shown by some researchers who show that actually anxiety helps to good behavior, which could mean that we should stimulate anxiety in people. But of course, it's not true. Of course, it's not the case. And we thought that this new construct that we have developed, defensive optimism, which is pretty simple, we have developed a 3-item scale, will negatively predict adaptive coping, autonomous motivation, and also negatively predicts anxiety, which means that it will actually help to alleviate anxiety. So study 1 was cross-sectional, and we used quite a big sample of university students from all over Russia. The main question we had was, what is the role of different types of optimism in coping, well-being, and healthy types of behavior during pandemic? 1403 university students from different Russian universities participated, 68% of women. And middle age was 20 years old, 21 years old, let's say. And the most important thing that our study started online. We started it on April 10th. It ended on April 25th, which means we collected data during 2 weeks. And it started 2 weeks after the introduction of the self-isolation model, lockdown in Russia, which started in March. What kind of measures we used? We used dispositional optimism, which is general measure. We used also a general well-being measure like satisfaction with life scale, Russian adaptation, subjective happiness scale, and PANAS, Russian version of PANAS. So, but we also developed specific measures, like we developed compliance with recommendation. It's simple one-item scale, which measured just adherence to recommendation to stay at home. We just asked on this Likert scale whether you follow recommendations or not, totally follow this recommendation or not at all. Also, we introduced the item of autonomous and controlled motivation to adhere these recommendations, because of course, behind the behavior, there's a motivation, and based on self-determination theory, of course, we suggested that actually autonomous motivation will be more important, and will promote this type of behavior. And when person believes that explains his behavior, says that I follow the recommendations because the recommendations reflect my values, identified motivation, will be better predictor of healthy outcomes, healthy behavior, than controlled regulation, which was measured by item like I don't want to be criticized to not following the recommendations. And also we developed specific measures for COVID-19, like constructive optimism and defensive optimism. So defensive optimism basically similar to rose-colored glasses phenomenon, which is very widespread, and everybody has some idea about what it is all about. And basically it was not studied in psychology yet, so not this type of unrealistic optimism, but and constructive optimism, we defined it as importance of efforts, the importance of efforts for coping with the problems caused by pandemics, along with the flexible view on the current situation, which is typical for constructive optimism. So these are three items for constructive optimism and 3 items for defensive optimism. These are the results of CFA, and as you can see, they're unrelated. So basically, these are about efforts, and these are about that they are exaggerating defensive optimism, and they are exaggerating the story. So the media just to overstate the situation, and there's nothing to worry about. So everything is fine. And also we have developed small measures of adaptive and constructive coping during pandemic. Again, adaptive coping measure, adaptive coping items were about diminishing the efforts which were taken, real efforts which were taken by the individual, by the personality, which were aimed to diminish the spread of coronavirus by following the recommendation. And the scale of destructive coping was about negative emotional reactions to a pandemic situation, manifested in anxiety, in panic, in conflict. So these are results of confirmatory factor analysis, CFA, which shows that actually we have quite a reliable scale, and Alpha Kronbach was also fine. So the first results, first I would like to mention that we found quite an impressive gender differences in terms of that Russian women displayed much higher level of dispositional optimism, constructive optimism, and adaptive coping, as well as autonomous motivation to follow recommendations, while Russian men actually displayed more higher defensive optimism and more destructive coping. That is why we actually use the gender as a variable here in this model. Basically, what we found regarding psychological well-being, we found that constructive optimism is really a good predictor of adaptive coping and psychological well-being during pandemic, whereas defensive optimism is on the opposite, predictor of destructive coping and low well-being during a pandemic. And And as to compliance with recommendations, we found that here the autonomous motivation makes sense, takes place and is important in terms of that it mediates the effects of constructive optimism on compliance, and it also mediates the negative effect of defensive optimism on compliance. Study 2 was basically similar, but it was already a longitudinal study with a smaller sample. And we were also interested in the role of anxiety, fear of infection, because really anxiety is number one disease which we experience, number one problem which all of us experience. And basically, as Elena Raskazova and Alexander Chostov show, actually it is a normal, absolutely normal reaction in this situation. But the question is, what is the place of this anxiety in the whole picture, and how it's related to following the recommendations? So we used fear of infection scale and fear of economical and social consequences, and it was so smaller sample, but we had a longitudinal design with 1 month, time 1 and time 2. Again, in the first study, dispositional optimism and constructive optimism was related to psychological well-being. And what we also found that at the beginning of the study, compliance was higher than at the end of the study, so in 1 month. So people started to be less compliant. But what is mostly important, which shows this model, that compliance is again related in this sample also, it is related with constructive optimism and defensive optimism. And constructive optimism actually predicts compliance in time 1. And the time 1 predicts compliance in time 2, which is quite normal, which is expectable. But what is interesting actually that we found that defensive optimism actually diminishes the fear of infection, which in turn actually helps a little bit to behavior in a more compliant way. So the take-at-home message here at our study, that constructive optimism matters most, now both for well-being and stay-at-home behavior. And this positional optimism together with constructive optimism, situation-specific constructive and defensive types of optimism are essential for explaining the well-being during pandemic, as well as coping strategies that mediate this process. Constructive optimism and its underlying dispositional optimism predicts both autonomous motivation and adherence to recommendation to stay at home, which is important for self-determination theory. So, and finally, I would like to go back to Gautama Buddha, who said 2,500 years ago, we are what we think, and what we are, and all what we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. Thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to take your questions.
Tamara, thank you so much. Optimistic presentation.
I tried.
Really nice insights there. Thank you. There aren't any questions on the chat, so hopefully some will come. But one question, how would you foster the constructive optimism in people? What sort of programs would you put in place? How might you think about that?
I think that it's very important. First of all, from my Russian point of view, coming from here, I feel that it's very important to regulate this process with mass media. I think that mass media, and its research also shows that actually mass media makes an impact on people's mental health, especially during pandemic, and it's quite normal, especially when they stay home. And I think that we can also talk about what we could make for university students, because I'm professor at the university too. So, but talking in a more broad sense about community, about society, I think that it's an important message for mass media. I think that it means that we should inform people, and we should really give them right information, and the right amount and the right strength of this information, if I could say, in terms of we should not exaggerate, we should not show wonderful pictures which actually too overly optimistic pictures. I mean, we should really show how the story looks like in reality, and it will influence real adaptation in people.
That's really
Thank
helpful.
you for your question, Nicola. It's great to be part of the conference under your guidance.
Absolutely great to have you and your work here. Thank you, Tamara. And now back to Anna for our final speaker.
Well, we have two more speakers, and I guess you can hear me now. Okay, wonderful. So now we have another speaker from Lomonosov Moscow State University. It's Daria Bukhalenkova. And
yes, I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, hello. So you may now share the screen for presentation.
Yeah, thank
you. If you have one, yeah.
Is it okay?
Just the presentation mode, please, and it will be all right. Yep.
Everything's okay?
Yeah, it's okay now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today about some risks of distance education and some opportunities of distance education that may be in the situation, for example, of pandemic, or maybe some other processes that need this kind of education in the preschool educational system. And when we start thinking about the kindergarten and its educational environment, how it affects on child development, we can define two main components. First is some kind of structural quality. That's about the presence of different materials in the kindergarten, the number of teachers, students, and so on. And the second main component is the process quality. That's about the interaction between teacher and children and between peers. And in situation of pandemic, in situation when on the distance education was appropriate for the preschoolers, of course, we lose some physical parameters of educational environment. And it's very interesting to think how it's meaningful for the real child development. Is the physical environment parameters affects more or less on the child development, and what is the role of interaction with the teacher in that situation? And the results of 2 hour investigations, I hope, will help to find the questions on this answer. And in the end, like a conclusion and like some assumptions, I want to say a few words about how teacher can support children in the pandemic situation and how they can organize this during the distance communication with them. And I can say that it will be very similar with many words of previous presenters about the emotional support and so on. But I will start to talking about the investigations. In our investigations, we use two, I can say, the most commonly used measures for the assessing educational environment quality. The one of them is Acre scales, and the second one is class method. If we will look through the indicators and the areas that this method assessed, we can see some meaningful differences. In the Acres R system, there is 7 scales that assess the physical environment and the interaction with between teacher and children, while the class method based only on the assessment of teacher-child interaction. It's not assessed the presence of materials and some physical aspects of environment. And using of these 2 methods help us to find the most interesting information about how both these environment aspects affect on the children development. And in first investigation was involved 33 kindergarten groups with the children from 5 to 6 years. And we assessed the development of their executive functions, level of nonverbal intelligence, and some aspects of their emotional development. I don't want to pay a lot of attention to the measurements, to the sum method, because I think that today in our conference it is more meaningful to talk about the results and the meaningful factors. And according to the results of the ACRES correlations and some statistical analysis based on these results of psychological development of children and the ACRES results, we have found that the level of educational environment, like a one indicator for total scores, don't relate it with the children development. But some isolated indicators in the ACRES scale have some meaningful connections with the results. For example, executive functions development of preschoolers related with the presence in the kindergarten of some special spaces for the rest and relaxation for children, and some opportunities for their gross motor skills. And of course, in situation of the distance education, we need like an educational psychologist to give recommendations for the parents that they should take care and need to organize some such spaces and such opportunities for their children. And one more meaningful factor for the executive function development is the opportunities for communication, horizontal interaction between teachers and children and between children. And quite the same results was related with the emotional aspects development. We found that the theory of mind development is closely related with teacher-child interaction and with the availability of attributes for the role play for children. So we can see that play have a meaningful role for the preschoolers' development and the communication with peers and in this play. And one more indicator was related with the art. And it's very interesting that not just some lessons and using of materials for drawing and some other art lessons are meaningful, but how children can express themselves using these art lessons. And I think that in situation of distance education, teachers have opportunities to use this kind of lessons and give children more chances and time to express themselves using this method. And it can be a good variant how to cope with anxiety and some other complicated emotions that they can face during the pandemic period. And the emotion comprehension development was related with the peer interaction too. And of course, in situation of distance education, in situation when children can't come to the kindergartens, their peer interaction disappears. And maybe it's meaningful for teachers to organize some special time when children can discuss something with each other, how tried to interact in some ways. And of course, maybe parents should think about how they can organize some situation of interaction, maybe distance interaction between the child and him friends in a distance format. And of course, our results confirm the ideas of Vygotsky that the most meaningful parameters of the kindergarten environment, educational environment, are the system of social relationship and the structural, not structural, but process component of educational environment that's related with the interaction, socialization, and some communication between teachers and children and between peers plays the most meaningful role in the development of children. That's why we start using the class in our investigation, because this method assessed this quality of interaction, and this measurement assessed the quality of emotional support in kindergarten groups, the quality of classroom organization, and the quality of instructional support. How teacher develops some mental processes in the children. So the second our investigation was related with the assessment using class and acres in 26 senior preschoolers group of children, and we assessed these children 2 times. It was a longitudinal study. First time they was assessed at the end of senior group, and the second one assessment was conducted in a year in the end of preschool kindergarten group. This is the last group in the system of Russian preschool educational system, and after that children go to school when they became 7 years old. And on the first step, we look on the results of the class measure with the results of children intelligence, cognitive and emotional development in the senior group. We divided divided and compared only 3 groups with a low and 3 groups with a high level of classroom interaction. You can see that these groups have significant differences in all main indicators and all main domains that class assess. And we found that children from the groups with a high level of interaction, where teachers provide high level of emotional, instructional support and classroom organization, they have a higher level of visual working memory, of inhibitory control, of affected recognition, but it was very interesting. These children have a lower level of cognitive flexibility. Thus, then we look through these results and look the differences, how children change, how their results changed in the year, and how the different aspects of classroom interaction affect the development of these abilities between preschool children. And we have found that the most meaningful aspect of classroom interaction is the quality of emotional support. We can see that in the groups with a high level of emotional support, children have a better results in the verbal working memory and visual working memory, inhibition and emotional comprehension. And they have better improvements in the results during the 2 years. And the classroom organization quality is related only with cognitive flexibility, and instructional support, as we found, have a strong and significant correlations only with instructional support domain, visual working memory with instructional support domain. So this result allow us to assume that firstly, that the teacher-child interaction play more meaningful role in the preschoolers' cognitive and emotional development, and in situation of the distance education, in a bigger part we can organize and provide children this interaction. The second main result, I think, is that our results confirms that there is a relationship between quality of preschool of the interaction between teacher and child and the executive functions development and emotional development of preschoolers. We didn't find any connection with nonverbal intelligence. The third main idea was based on the previous results, that the emotional support is the aspect that plays the most meaningful role in the preschoolers' development. That's why the first and the main recommendation for the teachers who have opportunity to work with the preschoolers using the distance education, distance lessons, is to provide them the positive climate, and teachers can do that using some positive shared activities with the children, like some reading with them, some singing good songs with them. On the platforms of the distance education, teachers can use some virtual signs of the emotions and affections and some appreciations for the children, and it's very meaningful. And don't forget to ask children about their lives outside the classroom and their distance communication. And teachers should be especially sensitive for the emotional needs of the children during this period. And it can be, they can use verbally checked about emotional well-being of the children, because we can't see usually the non-verbal signs of their emotional state. And give children some more times to share their emotions and to talk about them. And of course, teachers can teach children how to use different strategies of self-soothing, of self-calming. In the situation of distance communication, teachers still can provide some regards for students' perspectives and give them some opportunities to choose different activities and to learn them how to listen each other and how to communicate in the group of the preschoolers. Thus, this may be, I think, the main recommendations and the main points about the creating a positive and warm emotional support atmosphere in the communication with the preschoolers, that, as we can see on the results for our investigation, show that this is the most meaningful for their children's development in this period of time. And I can say that this result is in line with that Alison Crawford taught at the beginning of our section, and other colleagues too, that the providing of emotional support is the first step and the basis for the helping children, not only in the preschool age, but on the other stages of their education too. Thank you for your attention.
Daria, asked to thank you for such an interesting presentation, and a nice link there in terms of the emotional support and the nurturing and how important that is. And you broke that down very nicely for us in terms of some of the things that can be done. I'm sorry there isn't time for a question now. If there's any questions for you in the chat, so you could pick this up, and that'd be much appreciated. And now back to Anna for the next part of the session.
Yeah. So because we started this third session a bit late, so apologies. So we have our last speaker, but definitely not least, Sharon Horn. Sharon, I'm trying to unmute you. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I guess it works. Yep, so you may launch a presentation.
Okay, great. Can I? Okay, great. Is it showing up?
Yeah, it's in the process. Let me see. Something doesn't. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Can you hear me okay? It's okay?
Yes, everything is all right.
Great. Okay. Thank you for this invitation. This is such a wonderful idea for a conference, and I wish I could have heard all of the presentations. It's the first day of school for my kids remotely here in Boston in the US, so it's a little wild here. So I was trying to manage that as well. And so yes, I'm here in the US where the pandemic's been nothing short of a disaster, and we are still trying to manage the unnecessary tragedy that's been occurring. I know that I'm also at the end of your day, so I'm going to try to make my comments brief, and I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID and stigma related to LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender concerns, and a little bit about immigration, but the role of stigma in what's occurring with the pandemic. So as soon as the pandemic started, already there was pairing of stigma related, LGBT related kind of stigma. So here's a quote from March 30th on a radio show in the US, referring to the shelter-in-place order issued in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's a big gay town, San Francisco, and they're the ones with all the compromised immune systems. So immediately connecting with HIV-related stigma. Then another example is a Florida police chief announced to his officers when Sheriff's Deputy Shannon Bennett died of complications from COVID-19 on April 3rd that he succumbed to the virus due to being homosexual and living a homosexual lifestyle. You know, there's many, I'm only using a few examples that I've collected, but on April 12th, visitors, a gay male couple in Amsterdam were accused of coming from cancerous mothers, again, tying to illness, HIV related. Also in March, one of the primates of the former Ukrainian Orthodox Church pronounced on TV to 15 million people that it was God's punishment for the sins of men, the sinfulness of humanity, and I mean same-sex marriage. So this has been, there's been an increase in hate crimes. So for example, while staying at a recovery center in Baltimore during the height of the pandemic on April 11th, transgender musician Johanna Metzger was killed in Baltimore in the US, becoming the 6th trans person killed that year. And what's occurring is, you know, it reinvigorates discourses of stigma, and it's like stigma is the gift that keeps giving, because it's hard, even talking about it today, even critiquing these discourses, these problematic ways of thinking about LGBT concerns and immigration, and it's getting reinforced even talking about it. So it doesn't help, like for there's been an increase in hate crimes and hate speech towards Asian people and Asian Americans in the US. Our own president keeps calling the pandemic the Chinese virus. These kinds of linkages just keep continuing to reinforce some long-standing stigma. So like HIV-related stigma, which has been with us for a long time, sin-based stigma, and structural stigma, which is referring to that societal level conditions and cultural norms and institutional policies that constrain the opportunities, resources, and well-being of the stigmatized. And so there are several implications that can be drawn from the targeting of LGBT people during COVID. So first, these kinds of stigma are deeply rooted through generations of stigma and prejudice, and they're evident throughout the world. I'm going to share a report soon that Outright has done. So many of the examples provided, they use terms like disease and compromised immune system, cancerous, that point to the lingering effects of the stigma from the HIV/AIDS crisis. Even though it's been 33 years since the first retroviral treatments became available and slowed the progression of the virus. So also examples referencing God's punishment for same-sex marriage, attributing pedophilia to LGBT people, illuminate how pervasive stigma is in relationship to sexual abuse, pedophilia, and sin. And these discourses perform a symbolic function to fuel enduring tropes about degeneracy and perversion, locating the degenerate LGBT person as one who is lacking in maturity, undeveloped, or of arrested development. And therefore, political systems and leaders can then mobilize fears and anxieties to these tropes and heighten stigma and then increase legislative actions that function to erase or limit LGBT or immigrant rights. And the ways that it works is that it often targets LGBT people, often alongside other regressive policies that limit women's autonomy and freedom, immigration rights, and serves as kind of a symbolic glue to rally against anti-LGBT, anti-women's equality, anti-immigration, anti-domestic violence limit legislation. And what's occurred from COVID in particular is it's increased some gender-based quarantine rules were put in place. As far as I know now, they've been all removed, but initially there was the solution that we would only allow women out certain days and men out certain days to monitor the presence of people, the group, crowding of people. And this put lots of transgender, non-binary people at risk. There was increased surveillance. They were talked about, transgender people talked about being targeted by police, refused services, and repeated harassment and demand for ID cards from authorities. There's also been greater economic risk, which you all have been hearing some of the discussion, which has been, shared about India and other places where economic risk is great. LGBT people tend to be, from research that we know, in places that tend to be more in the service industry. So they're working as waiters, they're working as drivers, they're out and more exposed. And so they also tend to have less sick leave, unemployment support, or healthcare coverage. And then often they're, because of most research suggests that they are lower in socioeconomic status, are often finding themselves homeless or evicted or experiencing food insecurity. So there have been numerous attacks, legislative erasures and attacks on people. I don't have a lot of time to go into all of these, but just for example, in Hungary, the government pushed through legislation that ended the legal recognition of transgender persons. And so ruling that gender is defined on the basis of sex at birth and indicated by a birth certificate. And this law makes it impossible for transgender people to change legal documents, exposes them to discrimination, harm, and violence. Here in the US, on May 24th, during a global pandemic, the Trump administration indicated it was going to stop the Obama Section 1557 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, which prohibits healthcare discrimination against transgender and sexual minority patients, which is not what you want to be doing during a pandemic when people most need to know that they can get services without being discriminated against. There's been greater quarantine outing because a lot of people have been returning to their family of origin to stay, like students, for example. One prime example of this is a social media influencer who encouraged her 627,000 followers to create fake profiles on gay dating apps and use location services to entrap brothers, sons, partners, and neighbors in Morocco, which has revealed the profiles of up to 100 men, resulting in violence, death threats, expulsion, and eviction, and possibly one suicide. So people are reporting heightened abuse and violence from homophobic and transphobic family members and going back into the closet due to changing living situations. A lot of this is documented in Outright International's, it's an NGO, conducted a study of LGBT people from 38 countries and describes the findings. They talk about vulnerability amplified, and I included the link here if you'd like to read more. In terms of psychology, we know that this is increasing psychological stress. With the Coming Out Center from the Russian LGBT Network reported twofold increase in requests for psychological help from LGBT people, saying, things are closed, they feel unsafe. There's greater reports of depression here in the US, greater calls to hotlines and services. People I know who are doing therapy, mostly with LGBT clients, have completely full caseloads. They can't serve everybody. There's fears about changing laws and policies. I'm not going to go into too much about minority stress, but to just say that the pandemic is adding to minority stress, which is typically experienced by people who are in marginalized groups. Immigrants, people of color, ethnic and racial minorities, LGBT people, and it can be taxing and chronic and socially based, stems from social processes, institutions, and structures beyond the individual. So it's not a special or unique stress, but it's complex and compounded, and it requires situating distress and psychological concerns outside the individual, the role of the context, the environment, and structure. And these are just some terms related with minority stress. I'm not going to go into so much. So what we know from research is that when you have an identity-specific stigma, you're LGBT or you're like a person of color in a majority white context, for example, and experiencing hostile social environment, there's greater mental health concerns. And that is also true for anti-LGBT policies, which is my research primarily. This is from a latest study, but it's not about COVID, but it's about how policies, how we found like people are LGBT. It's not, being LGBT is not being directly related to stress and depression, but what we found was when as we're getting closer to an election that was going to remove rights, people were experiencing greater agitation, more dread, and if they had a history of threats and abuse, then that was even more amplified. And that our findings in multiple studies is that social support only does so much. If you have a great supportive community, that's wonderful, but it doesn't change the fact that you might not be able to use the restroom that is congruent with your gender, or you might not be able to keep your children if you have laws that say same-sex couples can't be parents. So LGBT people who already typically have greater minority stress may experience greater risk for psychological distress due to heightened stigma discourses related to COVID factors. So greater exposure of harmful laws and policies that are occurring right now as we speak, vulnerability to violence and other factors. We can increase LGBT affirming psychological interventions and services, recognize the role of these kinds of stressors, of what's occurring, what kind of minority stressors people are experiencing in terms of supports from family members, harm in job loss. As psychologists, we can really advocate as a profession, in our regional organizations, AFPA, others, that, you know, these anti-LGBT policies, particularly in a time of COVID, is not something we really need to be deciding, and we should be standing up with our science that shows that these are harmful and that are not congruent with a large body of literatures. And the majority determining the rights of small minorities is harmful. Their science has supported that. Ongoing mental health support for those targeted in anti-LGBT campaigns needs to happen regardless of whether it's a good outcome or not. And I wanted to end there and thank you very much for the invitation to spend a few minutes with you all. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you. And certainly, as Anna said, last but not least, very important information there that you put forward, and some very interesting material that you found in terms of demonstrating the sort of discrimination you're talking about. So thank you very much indeed. I'm assuming, Anna, we do have to close now as we're over time. So just from me, thank you very much to everybody who's spoken. The insights in terms of COVID, in terms of education, a lot of theme I think running through this afternoon about the importance of the nurturing, the emotional support, and also finding new ways to support people in different and complex circumstances. So thank you from me, and back to Anna.
Yeah. So if any of our participants have questions to Sharon, so you may still ask them, like a couple of moments. Otherwise, I'm not sure if Sharon has shared her email address. So, yeah, that's it there. So yeah, awesome. So in case there are any questions, and I think it's definitely a topical issue, very important, and you may ask her directly. According to my experience, Sharon is really a communicative person. Okay, so I guess it's really high time for us to finish. We are like half an hour late behind the closing time. So a few important announcements. First one is that tomorrow we'll have the second day of the conference, but it will be in Russian. So for Russian speakers, for Russian participants, you might be interested to attend that. But for our English-speaking participants, we are working on receiving certificates for your attendance and presentation, and hopefully selected presentations and video records will be available and sent out to you when the conference is over, within maybe a week or a couple of weeks' time. If you have any questions, you can ask that in the comments. And if not, then thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you so much for your interest. Thanks so much to all our speakers for their insightful presentations. And thanks so much to Nicola, my wonderful co-moderator. It's always a pleasure of hosting events with you.
And thank you to you, Anna, certainly, for bringing all of this together.
Okay, so in this case, we say goodbye to everyone, and we will close the session.